Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to some U18 Call of Duty action. My name's Graf. I'm joined here with Night Flash. How you doing today?
Oh, I am juiced, man. Glad to be back. It's been a while, but I'm excited to get this U18 action underway.
Yeah, we've got a great first match of the day. Unity Visual versus the Unreal Nightmares. Couple teams down in the losers bracket, so this is their last chance for some of them to show what they're made of here in Cup 2, brought to you by Gamer Society and Cabal as the host for this event. Big thanks to them. But we've got a pretty interesting map pool ahead of us, heading to map 1 on Protocol. And in general, I guess I gotta ask, who you got for the series? I guess who are you really expecting to show their stuff?
You know, Unity Visual had a run where they were just untouchable, but we're a ways away from that now. So this one's definitely going to be a close match. I want to give it to Unity Visual. I really, really do. However, I definitely think Unreal Nightmare may have the edge in this one. So we're gonna have to wait and find out. But I don't think we're gonna have to wait that long. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they're pretty eager to get into it as we take another quick look at the bracket. After this one, we're gonna head up to the winners semifinals of Cabal versus SGP, and then we'll watch the that team down in the losers bracket against the winner of this one. So we've got a pretty good spree of matches for you today, and then heading into the finals. So a lot to see, a lot to sink our teeth into, but just for the whole map pool, it'll be Protocol Hardpoint, Skyline S&D, Protocol Control, as well as Vault for the last two maps for another Hardpoint and S&D. So definitely an interesting map pool. I think Protocol Hardpoint's a good tempo setter for this series, so it'll be interesting to see how they really come out swinging.
Yeah, the keys to success on this one, like in any hardpoint map, are really getting that rotations. Most of these hills are pretty scrappy. They're pretty mixy. It's that P4, that Money Hill P4, right where Poison is currently at, actually. And that hill can make or break this map for you. So definitely be on the lookout for players early rotating to that. 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left on P3. They should be hopping on P4. But as I'm yapping away, Super Season's going to be able to pop 2. However, it's not going to be enough to hold down that time, as Unity Visual is going to be able to make that break.
Yeah, just an initial break, nothing too crazy just yet. We see this pretty consistently on a lot of P1s where teams are playing for points, but they're mainly playing for that P2 rotation, trying to get those spawns in order before they really start to get a lot of points. But Unreal Nightmare, as I say that, are pulling ahead. They got a nice little 20-point lead for themselves. So heading now into the P2 rotations, it looks like Unity Visual pretty set up on this, and I'm surprised to see Unreal Nightmare not rotate a little bit quicker. This is something we saw them have issues with yesterday, was not getting those rotations down. They were shooting really, really well, even against some of the better teams in this tournament, but their rotations just weren't there.
No, 100%, and like I was just, not to beat a dead horse, but rotations really are everything. But when you're shooting like Poison is, it might not matter. Webby going to be able to find one up in mid-gun, going to be able to find another on those P2 steps, looking for this last player on time, has teammates for help. That's going to be Choi. Choi going to be able to find 2 as well. Super in the background going to be able to find 1. And once again, we're looking at Unreal Nightmare just collecting the majority of this time here. A 20-point lead and climbing as we speak.
Yeah, 15 seconds left, so I do expect to see these teams start to rotate towards P3, and we do see that there is a couple players fighting for that P3 building right now, but they haven't seen each other just yet. One final break from Unity Visual as they will soak up a couple seconds of scrap, but that's going to mean they're a little bit late to this P3 rotation. It's going to be down to a lot from Critical on the point. Does have time right now, but he's going to be in a world of hurt. He's fully surrounded. Webby coming down the staircase, has the challenge, will find the kill. Unreal Nightmares, they find the break, and they find the players in the surround sound, as it will just all be down to JC. What can they do? They will clear a couple off the point. It's a solo effort, and even still, sick. Apologies, not JV. Will find that one. Poison will finally find the flank and flip this hill, but Unity Visual, they find time to get their players in order, and they find a little bit of a re-break with Super Season. A little bit too much to say about that.
Yeah, and this I had a feeling this was going to be a bang out, but look, what did I say? Look at Unity Visual here, already locking down this P4 with about 20 seconds left on hill. If they can hold this for a full 60, they're right back into this game. In fact, they take the lead And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Unreal is going to be able to break this, as they're just trickling in and getting picked apart by Unity Visual. Sick putting in work here at 10-8. JC 3-9. Bit of a slow start from him. Definitely going to want to see him get active on the map. But Unity Visual right now, so far, so good. Looking clean on this P4. Critical going to be able to find Choi there as he was lurking around hill, and Sick has the read on these two players. Not going to be able to win that gunfight, though. And it looks like time is going to switch hands into Unreal Nightmares.
And Unity Visual, they're spawning pretty far out. They have time for maybe one more hit on this P4, but a great break from Unreal Nightmare really puts them even further ahead, and it looks like Unity Visual, they're not even going to really try to find a break. They're just going to take this P1 control a little bit more. As I say that, they do try a bit of something, but now that might cost them the early P1 as Choi, he'll soak up the rest of the scrap and let his teammates go wild, as it's JC already ready to go on P1. But he's getting closed in on pretty quickly as Poison gonna clean up the support. It's down to just JC on the point, and then one over towards up Grandma. As it's Sick and JC, they have to hold the fort. They have to do something, but it's just a cleanup from Unreal Nightmare as they'll take the point once again. And now they expand that lead, 40 points already, and they're looking to make it even more.
Yeah, and Poison just locking down this mid gun here, waiting for his team to hop on point, not letting Unity Visual get any power positions, but he is going to get picked off. In the background, however, we did see Webby just pop a 3 casually, like it was another Sunday drive, and he's currently on a 4 streak, soaking time. Look for him to be looking for this cruise missile for P2.
Yeah, we do see a couple RCXDs online, but not likely to see too much use. Could potentially try to use it to break that P4, but again, it's a matter of if you're able to get one in there, something's gone wrong on the defensive. But now, rotating again up to this P2. It's early in the hands of Unreal Nightmares, but Unity Visual, they're in position to try a chow, but they just can't get anything going. They're just getting shut down. All the map rotations, all the control is in the hands of Unreal Nightmares, but they start to claw through, but the point lead already up to 100. It's a good overlook from Webby. Finds one. Almost grabs a second there onto Critical. But they do find a good break as they need to soak up a lot of this time to try and get back into this one.
100%. And I just want to touch on quickly the RCXD. Don't believe it can be used in respawns. I believe it's just cruises and respawns. RCs only are available in S&D. But as I'm just yapping away, once again, Sick going to be able to find that opener and get the scrap time, just slightly cutting into that lead. Going to be around a 60-point lead when this hill is finished. However, they give up on scrap. They're going to go run it down to try and get this P3 control and get back into this game, as there's currently a 70-point lead, give or take.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 70-point lead, not ideal for Unity Visual, but with how important P4 is, I mean, one good hold could see them really cut into that lead and potentially even flip it if they are able to find that rotation in a good sense, but it's difficult to see. They're going to try and hold on to this P3. Poison in vicinity, finds himself in front of 3, and he'll be melted down. Looking for more. Webby finds one, but immediately traded out as the kill feed runs red for a moment, but the hill stays purple. Unity Visual still maintain control for now, but they'll finally give it up. They get that initial P4 rotation. They're in position. Super Season was the last line of defense, and he'll fall immediately as Poison, here to try and take this early hold onto P4, needs to stay alive, but he chows out and gets absolutely rinsed by JC. Still looking for the early rotate of Super Season, but it's a great initial hold. Choi, though, immediately rips into it. Waiting for a little bit of reinforcements as Unreal Nightmares, they just consistently are able to break this P4. They need to find a setup, though. How much can Unity Visual get onto it? Right past one. Poison grabs the kill. JC with the trade, though, into the point. Choi stands firm. And again, this P4 is won by Unreal Nightmares, at least for now. JC want to try and do something about it, but can't, as Unity Visual, they get locked out.
Yeah, you know, Unreal is doing such a good job of just locking this down and making them trickle in. Not letting them hit as a team, just picking up kills here and there, trickling them back to spawn, not letting them get numbers advantage on time. And Webby sitting at 21 and 16 with going to be a minute and a half on Hill by the end of this game. He is everything for them right now when it comes to Hill time. Poison somewhat close with 56, but you know, we were just talking about how rotations are so important. You can't give up scrap if you're Unity Visual and then not win the fight on P1, which is exactly what's going on. Webby going to get on this time, soaking, getting to that minute and a half. Like I said, Poison going to be able to find one in the back, make it 2 in the back. And this is looking like it's going to be wraps here very soon, unless Unity Visual wakes up and smells the bacon. Super gonna not be able to find that kill. That player has been called out, I can almost guarantee, in his one shot. However, Super is currently getting flanked. JC gonna soak this time. Webby gonna be able to win that one. Still winnable off this hill, but as he falls, their dreams of winning it on P1 end. However, P2 rotation popping in 3 seconds. Unity Visual has to play perfect COD here. Can't make a mistake. And Choi going to be able to find that one. Poison going to be able to find Critical. JC, oh my goodness, it's trades back and forth, but the point is in the hands of Unreal Nightmare, and they close it out 250 to 147. Whew, that was a rough one.
Yeah, that's a rough, hard point for Unity Visual. You know, I think especially the rotations were not the greatest from Unity Visual, and the shots weren't quite there. You know, maybe just feeling the earlier games, as, I mean, they played pretty good COD yesterday. I think they were just a little bit asleep, and they gotta wake up, especially for these later maps, as, again, we're already in losers. This is their last chance for Cup 2. So, I mean, by no means an impossible comeback. I think Unity Visual, they know what they need to do better, especially heading into, I mean, if they get there, a 4th map on another hard point, even a control, they need to maintain those rotations. I think that was the big thing that killed them. Not being able to hold P4 obviously was another big piece, but the rotation that, I mean, there's no way you should be able to get that much time and the scrap on P4 and then have the win on P1 immediately after.
100%. I completely agree with you, and it's just it's tough to see. You know, you brought up a very good point. This is an earlier start time than we're kind of used to, or than they're used to. I also think it could be, you know, it could be the pressure of being in losers. You know, they've been in losers for a while, and they're just battling it out here, and the pressure could be starting to sink in that, hey, like if we lose, blah blah blah, you know, these kids are young and they're not used to dealing with this kind of adversity, and it's going to be interesting to see how they sort of deal with this adversity. I've just been told that we are just about ready to get into our Skyline S&D. So let's hop in and see how this is going to shake down. Graf, what are your thoughts on Skyline S&D?
You know, I think for at least me, it's not one of my favorite S&D maps. I think most likely, most teams are either banning Skyline or the Vault. I assume, I mean, Unreal Nightmares had a great showing on Vault S&D yesterday, so I assume it was Unity Visual taking that out of the pool, which is, I mean, great call. I mean, they were able to take down a pretty strong Galaxies team on Vault S&D, and they looked pretty dominant, so it'll be interesting to see how it is on Skyline, as we already see Unreal Nightmares. They get that plant down fast. But all the map control goes in the favor of Unity. They're trying to clear through. Choi's going to grab a pair, though. A couple of great kills for him. And the control all of a sudden flips. It's just JC and Critical left, and the gunfight does not go his way. A trade will not save them from here, as it's just down to Critical.
Yeah, and Choi winning that gunfight should never happen, but that is going to be a great, clean round from Unreal Nightmare, just hitting their shots, executing to perfection, getting that bomb down almost immediately, and essentially switching it from offense to defense within 30 seconds of the round starting, and then from there just slowly picking them apart. You know, you get first blooded, you get an insta trade. Choi's going to be able to find 2, plays his life, finds a 3rd, gets traded, and makes it a 2v2. And yeah, it was super good COD played there by Unreal Nightmare. Going to be interesting to see what Poison is going to be able to do. Super going to be able to find the opener. Webby going to be able to find the 3rd. Choi going to be able to find Sorry, Choi's going to be able to find the third. Webby found the second, and currently this last player is just being hunted in the bathroom, and that was a quick one.
That was dominant. I mean, Unreal Nightmares, when we saw them play against Galaxy on S&D yesterday, they looked good, but, you know, part of me had a little bit of doubt about how good of an S&D team they were, because it was just, let's hit a vault every single round, but they're cleaning up here on Skyline, and that's great to see. I mean, it's some good S&D gameplay, but a lot of it so far, I mean, Choi's just been gunning really, really strong, and it's going to be pretty hard to make that back if you're Unity Visual. You're down 2 already. I feel like this feels like a must-win round, even if it isn't.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, just they have to wake up at some point, right? Oh, speaking of, they're going to be able to pop 2. Currently making this a 2v2. JC going to be able to find one. Super going to find one in the background. 2v1 for the side of Unity Visual. And oh my goodness, the slide chow goes awry. And Unity Visual gonna finally get on the board here. 2-1 map count, 1-0. Graph,
Yeah.
what do you think? Are they gonna be able to come back in this, or is it? I think it's chalk.
I mean, by no means is it chalk for either of these teams just yet. I think it's especially impressive that Unity Visual is able to claw that one back after losing first blood. I mean, it speaks to the resilience, especially being able to come back strong after some pretty dominant first 2 rounds, but they've got to keep that ball rolling for now. So it'll be interesting to see how they can convert here on the attack, as it's going to be Unreal Nightmares sending one down lower tunnels, trying to hold off as JC going to grab that first blood again, and it's completely untraded. That'll be a big advantage for Unity Visual in this round.
Yes, it will, and Plix is putting shots down. However, Poison going to be able to find one in the bottom of the map. Choi in the background going to find JC, making this a 2v2. Poison and Choi up against Plix and Critical. Plix currently clearing the bottom vent. He doesn't have bomb. Oh, Choi going to be able to find Critical in the background, and that is going to be bombed down, and that is going to be the round as Unreal Nightmare stumble out of the gate, but able to firm up and close that one out. Played trades, got some untraded kills. Choi's 8-2.
Yeah, we saw some pretty dominant S&Ds yesterday, and Unreal Nightmares, they want to stake their claim as well. 8-2 is a fantastic KD, especially so early on into map 3. So, or apologies, map 2. Heading into map 3, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to keep this going, but we've got plenty still to go. Unity Visual, again, it's not quite literally a must-win round, but it really feels like one, as they need to keep going. This defense has been the strong side so far. They need to keep that up. Deep into the defense, though. Super Season so far forwards, and he's going to clean up off of it. Down goes the bomb super early. JC going to get spotted out. And it's just a lot of map control already for Unreal Nightmares. JC and the rest of Unity Visual, they already feel like they're coming from behind, but a good pick from Sick there onto Poison to clear out that lurking player, but there's still Choi in the sidelines. Critical finds a good angle, gets a tag, but can't get the full kill. Still looking for the play as Webby just holding it down for now. Trophies just maintaining control. Critical in a 1v2 needs to try and get this even quicker, and there's just nowhere near enough time left on the clock. No time, even if he finds both of them, and the clock management not quite there for Unity Visual.
No, and that's such a tough spot to be in for Critical. He unfortunately doesn't win that gunfight on the player in kitchen, diner, whatever you want to call it, and gets called out. His teammate dies in the back, and it's a 2-on-1. Position is clearly known. 20 seconds left. There's not much you can do there. Maybe fly forward, try and get that first kill, fake the defuse, but at that point, Choi is going to be on you like white on rice. Big gunfights going down here. Super and Poison going to combine for 2 there. Make it 3 as Poison pops 2 of his own, making this a 1v4. Critical going to have to find something here and just not able to do it, as it manages to find 2, but Poison is there for the 3rd. Give him 3 on the round. Currently sitting at 5-3. He was negative before this.
Yeah, couple big rounds from some of the lower fragging players on Unreal Nightmare. I mean, they really just started to run away with it. Now on map point, they're looking to try and keep the score sheet clean. I mean, Unity Visual, this is your last chance, your last opportunity, and you have to do it on defense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've seen how well Unreal is able to take map control, and as we say that, Poison is already into office. Oh, able to win that fight on to Sick, I believe. Wevy's going to be there for the help and the team shot. Choi going to be able to find Critical in the background. Click's going to get picked up. Once again, it is a 1v4. Everything on JC, and JC is going to fall. Too much to do, too little time to do it, and I'm thinking my prediction is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the more dominant maps we've seen in this tournament. I mean, a crazy showing on S&D from Unreal Nightmares. Their S&D looked good yesterday, but today it looked godly. I mean, Choi with 2,200 damage, almost 23. Unfortunately, we can't see the KDs because Codcaster moment, but I mean, unreal performances across the board for Unreal Nightmares there.
No, 100%. And you know what? This is where the pressure may start to get to Unity Visual. They're down 2-0 and not a good looking 2-0 either. It has been a dominant 2-0 going into protocol control. This is like it's put up or shut up at this point. You've got to come out. You have to fry. There's no second chances at this point. You know, you're down 2 maps. If you came in cold, you should be warm. Like, let's see what you got. Protocol control, a super defensive sided map. So keep an eye on those ticks. And if we're tied on ticks, keep an eye on those lives too, because that's what it comes down to. And I don't want to count them out. I really don't. But I do have a sneaking suspicion that this may be a quick DoorDash, and we may be on to Series 2 sooner than we thought we would.
Yeah, I will say Unreal Nightmares were able to beat Galaxy, which was a team that was a very strong control team when we saw them on stream. So definitely not something they're uncomfortable doing. I think, especially protocol control, like you said, that defense side is so strong, mainly just because of how hard to take control of that B side it is. There's just so many angles, so many positions to just sit in, and you just have, I want to say, it feels like 7 really good Overwatch angles. You have top zip, you have, I mean, there's too many to list. It's a really hard site to try and tackle. So you do see a lot of teams playing to just get that tick advantage and potentially not even really win out the round. But yesterday, at least, we saw a really strong showing from Galaxy against Infamous Thieves, where they took a little bit more of a methodical approach to that B side. They really focused on getting the A, getting that extra time, clearing out the map fully, realizing the spawns, and then trying to figure it out from there. It'll be interesting to see if we get something similar out of these two teams. But, I mean, that was more, I think, Galaxy being such an unreal presence compared to the competition. So it'll be interesting to see if these teams can sort of do something similar.
100%. I'm putting my money where my mouth is here. Everybody knows, and if you don't, I'm a gambler. I'm saying if somebody wins an offense on protocol control, they're winning the map. I'm putting it out 100%. There. I'm putting it into the world. If they win an offense, the map is over. You may as well just FF. And Super going to be able to find one super quickly, but 2 coming back. Make it 3, 4. That is a clean 4 dead from Unity Visual. Going to be able to find all 4 players of Unreal Nightmare. However, Webby going to be there for a trade onto Sick. Critical in the back, trying to mess with these spawns. Going to be able to find one. JC going to be able to find another. Choi and Webby going to combine for 2 in the background. Webby going to get traded out by Plix. And you know what? This is exactly what I expected. You know, some quick early engagements, get into the spawn, try and get mixy, but eventually you're going to get cleaned out. That is super unfortunate from Super. Going to get that team nade on to Webby. Plix does get some info on those players in the back. Challenge Zip. Sick, and JC going to be able to find 2. Make it 3 as Poison falls as well. And
yeah, it feels like Unreal Nightmare can't even buy a kill right now. It's been all purple in the feed for a little bit. I mean, they may be losing this A side, but the lives more than in favor of Unity Visual, especially when it comes to the negative progress that they have on that B side. That's going to be a tough one to hold on to for an extended period, especially with their lives draining so quickly. Only 13 left, and there's only 23 seconds left. As Sick gonna get caught reloading is now one last opportunity for a hit here from Unreal Nightmares. They have to maintain control of this A side. Stun forwards from Choi should be able to get one, but there's no way you should be getting turned on like that. As Critical gonna clean up again. And it looks like Unreal Nightmares, they may have already given up on this offense round.
yeah, I definitely can see that. Looks like we are going to get some progress over at B, but Super is going to get cleaned up. Choi gonna try and get this A capture done by himself, or at least get that second tick of progress. Team is here to help. JC gonna be there to contest, but gets quickly dispatched. Critical in the back, gonna be able to map someone with the pistol. Good lord! And you know what? I called it. It is a defensive heavy round, heavy map. Unity Visual gonna be able to clean that one up. However, how does Unreal answer here? Are they going to be able to hold them to no ticks or just to 1 tick? Or are they gonna bottle it up and give them 3 to the round?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the early parts of that round were just essentially TDM with a side objective. I mean, it was a lot of just straight up gunfights for positioning. And Unreal Nightmares, I mean, obviously, again, the offense side not strong, but they just weren't winning their fights. It was a huge life advantage for Unity Visual right out of the gate, and you can't afford to lose so many lives, especially, again, with that B site looming. If you're just playing for ticks, then sure, throw yourselves at them. Try and get 1 or 2 fast ticks on A if you win some early fights. I mean, that is by no means a unreasonable strategy, but now it's Unreal Nightmare's turn to lay down the hurt. They've got a couple early picks, but only up 1 life. They have a lot of the map control in their hands now, as Wevy deep into the play gets a help from Super Season as well, and it's a 3 down once again for Unreal Nightmares. This time, it's their playground.
Yeah, and this is where the blender can start. Yeah, you see the position of most of these Unreal Nightmares players. They're pushed up into bottom zip building, bottom third, whatever you want to call it. JC gonna try and get some info, but Wevy's there for the trade. Critical gonna find one onto Choi, but Wevy just locking down this A point. No progress is being made, but Critical once again in the background gonna be able to find Wevy, and this A point is clear. I'm concerned that they're not finally somebody gets on it. Good lord. Critical in an absolute god spot, but does get called out, and Super's gonna be able to find that one. Poison going to be able to find another one as well, and that is another clean 3 down. No ticks have been achieved here, so currently Unreal Nightmare is in the driver's seat. If they can lock this down, they have that tick advantage. It's just a matter of if they're going to be able to do it. Choi going to take this route from Spiral. There is a stack onto A. They're looking to get this cap done.
Yeah, they did get 1 tick down, so a little bit of a misstep. A couple players down from Unreal Nightmare, and it's a quote-unquote free tick, but yeah, 1 tick is all they'll be able to grab, as Unity Visual will fall on that round. 1 tick is, I mean, I love saying, yeah, 1 tick's not too bad after what we saw round 1, but yeah, it's a tough, it's a hard knock life on protocol.
No,
control,
it is.
That's
it
for
really
sure.
is, and if you get more than 2 down on defense, you can put them in the blender.
Mm-hmm.
You can put them in the blender. There's 2 spawn points in the back of the map for offense, and you can just read where they're spawning based off where your team's positioned and just sort of filter them and put them in the blend, and that's exactly what we saw happen. You know, no real progress being made. They got a break here and there, and hence they were able to get 1 tick, but it looks like we've ended the game, possibly a disconnect, maybe some ping issues or something. We're going to have to wait and see. Have yet to receive confirmation. But when we come back, it's going to be 1 round apiece, and we're definitely going to see how the rest of this map shakes down. Graf, what are your thoughts?
I mean, so far, I mean, the obvious point is it's just been defender's paradise. I believe we're at 1 tick a team, so tied up quite literally at this point. So I think it's a matter of can a team either hold to 0 ticks or really claim that second one for themselves on that offense. I think that'll be the big proponent heading into that last round because I 100% agree with what you said earlier. If you win an offense round, you are just the better team. There's no amount of luck or good spawns that'll get you an offense around unless you are absolutely frying.
I actually, I'm gonna disagree with you here. I believe that Unreal has 2 ticks. I think they got 2 ticks on A.
Let me go double check. You very much are probably correct. I honestly was more I'm more used to when we watched Galaxy absolutely fry on this map yesterday and getting on attack round.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're loading back into the map.
Yeah,
We gotta
never
lock
mind.
in here.
Yeah,
We
we
have
gotta
to
lock
lock
in
in
more.
as we are just about ready to get set for this kickoff again. And currently tied 1 round apiece. And at this point, ticks don't really matter because we hit a restart. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. Unless we're going to end game if we go to 4 rounds or 2 rounds apiece and do some quick math. Plick's gonna hop up to top grandmas, hit this overlook, gonna spot 2 players on those A steps. Choi gonna be able to knife one.
Wait, a knife from Choi.
However, nothing else is really going to come for it. Super going to be able to get into the back and pick that player off top grandma. And now he can cause absolute mayhem for their spawn if he just runs out and chows. As I said, there's 2 spawns for attackers. There's also 2 spawns for defenders. So you can read these spawns like nobody's business. Super gonna force somebody from Unity Visual to drop back and look for him. However, his teammates are just cleaning up the pieces. Somebody call a janitor as they are just mopping it up. Super. And the rest of Unreal Nightmares going to get that second tick onto A, make it a 3rd tick as they just filter into the irons of Unreal. Super going to be able to find the trade for Webby as well in the back. Currently playing his life on a 3 streak, 3-0. Not entirely sure what his match KD is, but 3-0 so far, and progress is already being made on B. Quickly dispersed, but Choi is there for the trade, and they are still capturing that B zone.
Yeah, getting a tick on B would be an absolutely absurd achievement, as they're already most of the way there. They're going to send Sick to try and clear a little bit of that progress as JC has a little bit of an overlook, but Webby on top zip will drop down and finds one there as onto the point go Unreal Nightmares on towards this B side. And we said if they get an offense round, it might be curtains. And they're looking to do just that. They're already almost there, and it's gone in the blink of an eye. Unreal Nightmares. What was that? A complete reversal of the first 2 rounds.
This is a message to all you people in rank. Stack the point. Watch that. Stack the point. That flew by. They get a 4 dead, 4 hop B, and that was what, 10 seconds maybe, and the point was gone. So send this to your ranked teammates. Just let them know you got to stack that point if you want to win. And that was just absolutely unreal. I believe that Unreal Nightmares may have just made the bed for Unity Visual, and this round they're gonna slam the door on.
Yeah, Unity Visual, it's a matter of do they lay in that bed or do they try and find a little bit more fight left in them. They've got one more opportunity to try and make something happen here. Oh, Poison, what a shot that is. As now, they're just frying. They've already put them in the blender a little bit here. They're maintaining the spawn control. Poison, how do you win that one? As once again, time and time again, this Unreal Nightmares team just doing tricks around Unity Visual. Already up a little bit in the lives. Not as many as it would have seemed, as this blender not turning out to be as effective as I think they were hoping for, but they're burning that clock down. They're burning the daylight. And Unity Visual, they have to break out. They have to get onto one of these points very soon.
Yeah, and this is not looking good. You know, we said it may be curtains. I think we're past maybe curtains. I think we're just counting down the seconds as there is only 25 seconds remaining in the round. No progress has been made anywhere, and Unity Visual has yet to reach that 50-yard line. As I say that, Sick is going to be able to find one, but still gets cleaned up. Critical was around that 50-yard line, but it looks like they're all starting to filter over towards B. Oh, that could have been huge. One last player left to find. Wevy going to be good for 2. Choi going to help him out there, cleaning those players off. And that is going to do it as Choi finds the final, the nail in the coffin, so to speak. And ladies and gentlemen, that gets your brooms out, as that is a 3-0 sweep in dominant fashion for Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, I think those last 2 control rounds might be 2 of the most dominant control rounds I have maybe ever seen. And Unreal Nightmares, I mean, they completely shut the door. I mean, they looked good heading into that lobby restart, but they just turned it up to 11.
Yeah, look at Poison. 1,100 damage in 2 rounds. Just laying it down. I don't even know. That's damage around 556. And that's like, I guarantee you that's not their highest damage player. He has more damage than the whole rest of the team. Like, that is insane. But that was just a bang out of a map if I've ever seen one. And good Lord, was that rough for Unity Visual.
Yeah, I think that's just Unreal Nightmares sending a message to the rest of this, to the rest of this entire tournament. They're here to play. They're here to make it to that grand finals, and they've got one more team still to go. It'll be the loser of Cabal versus SGP, which will be our next match coming up. Winners semifinals. I mean, I don't know if there's much more to say about the match we just got done with, but that upcoming one should be pretty interesting as well.
You know what? Credit where credit is due to Unity Visual. They fought. They fought. I'm sure they did their best, but at the end of the day, pressure makes diamonds, or pressure makes you crack, and they cracked. They cracked. Where on the flip side of that, Unreal Nightmare kind of looking like some 4-carat diamonds, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what else to say. They turned it up to, I think, maybe 13. I think they were at a solid 13 during those last 2 control rounds. And I mean, the S&D outside of the 1 round they dropped looked pretty dominant. I think there was only 1 or 2 rounds where they won by 1 player. I mean, they sent a strong message. And I think especially after the match that they lost yesterday to go into losers, they've really been the losers assassin. They've been knocking teams out back to back. And they really have the potential to do it all. But we've got the next match of the day upcoming. It's going to be Cabal versus SGP. That'll be a great one to watch, so be sure to stay tuned. Another big thank you to GamerX Society and Cabal, our hosts and sponsors. But with that being said, we're going to head to a quick break, and we're going to be back with that Cabal versus SGP match right after this.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Skip on the hill. Careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. taken care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, Got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peeking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still even it's hard. Running away is easy. You still even it's hard.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So Here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Oh Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in dip. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this. Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's Alex, and then he gets the. But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance. Use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, were to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
in 9. Lose this round, just given the odds as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So Here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the U18 Call of Duty League. It's a championship Sunday. This is our winners finals match. We got SGP versus Cabal. Two teams that have been around the scene for a while. You know these names of these players. Graf, talk to me a little bit about SGP.
Yeah, we saw some pretty strong matches out of SGP yesterday. Obviously, they're still in this winner's bracket for a good reason. Both of these teams have another lifeline if they do drop this series, but both of them want to head into the finals from that winner's side, the potential for a bracket reset. I want to say especially the SGP versus Unreal Nightmares match was a big showcase of just what this SGP team is made of. I think the only map they dropped was that Vault S&D, which, to be fair, Unreal Nightmares played very, very well. SGP, I think they were a little bit of a step behind there, but other maps, they really fried out, and I think they're looking to really show their stuff, especially on the respawns.
Absolutely. They're a good team for sure. We'll see. You know, we've seen them be beatable in different aspects of the game, but Cabal, certainly one of those teams you have to look out for as well. Got a little bit of a surprise for you guys. Cabal is one of the hosts of this cup we got going on, along with U18 and the GamerX Society. Cabal is hosting that. We got a little treat for you, little highlight package. Here's Cabal Gaming.
Alrighty. Well, with that out of the way, we've seen a little bit through that of what this Cabal team is capable of. I mean, there's a good reason for them to be both the first seed in this tournament and one of the big sort of teams to beat. And they're going to really try to show us the full picture here in this next series. I think Unreal Nightmares, the match they had against them was a little bit of a show, but I think this is going to be the real main course.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on in between it. We'll take a look. We got the map set kind of what's going on. Hey, listen, we're not going to have time for map set chat. We're just going to get right after it. We thought we had a yap. Don't worry. We're going to get right into gameplay action. Map number 1 coming at you. So we'll talk about it just a little bit. So since we got the hard point, I'll kind of set here. Graf, how you feel about the map number 1?
Yeah, Skyline Hardpoint is going to be interesting. I think, I mean, it's a map that both of these teams should be more than familiar with. I know we saw a lot of Protocol Hardpoint earlier today, so it'll be nice to see a little bit of a change of pace for the stream, but plenty of opportunities for both of these teams to really show off on this Skyline Hardpoint. And then after that, heading into the first S&D, it will be Vault. So the map that SGP dropped yesterday, they're going to get another chance at that to shore up what they didn't do so well. And then heading into Vault Control, then Protocol Hardpoint and Skyline Search to sort of round us out.
Should be an interesting map set for sure. I don't see this one ending in less than 4. Maybe if one team, I think they're all going to be hotly contested maps. I think maybe if someone catches a hot streak there, they can end up with a 3-1. Also, would not be surprised with a full-on out 3-2-5 map banger in the winners finals between these two squads. Cabal is that number 1 seed. SGP, we know they have some names. They feel like they are a top contender as well. And there's a good chance we're looking at a preview of the grand finals here, unless someone in lower bracket can step up and shock someone.
Yeah, 100% agree as we head into Skyline. I mean, the loser of this series will go on to play against Unreal Nightmares for the chance at the run back. So it'll be interesting to see who punches their ticket and who's going to have to go through that extra gauntlet. But I've got to ask, just especially for this Skyline hardpoint, who do you think has that edge? Who do you think has that little extra bit of sauce?
I got to go with Cabal. I like the way they come out early in these hard points. I think the tight map will help them a lot. You got to watch out for Blue Gatorade getting active with that sub. You saw the highlight video earlier. This is where he likes to make a little bit of money, and we'll step on board with him right off the rip. Gets a kill there. A lot of kills through the feed. Nate and Cliz going back and forth trying to find some. Blue Gatorade does finally get cut down by Sovereign in the back line. Cliz trying to make a kill through mid, but it is SGP's hill for the moment.
Yeah, good kill from Blue Gatorade there to try and maintain a little bit more of this control. SGP, they've got that first little bit of time on Hill, and Sovereign's going to keep it that way. He'll take down Cliz, and Blue Gatorade falls up in the background as well. Blue Gatorade still looking, will find Hyde, but so far, SGP, they're the ones finding all the points.
Finding all the time, and they're kind of set up for this P2 right now if they can win some of these gunfights, but I'll tell you what, easier said than done when Blue Gatorade's running around. Onto a 3 spree now, did pick up that 2 and looking for more, finds the 4th, but gets traded out by Hyde. Luckily there just to stop things for that SGP squad, but Cliz does get on the hill for a moment. SGP, they're right there for that rebound, have the back spawns.
It's a tough situation for now. SGP, they've got such a big early lead. Cabal looks like they fell asleep at the wheel a little bit. Dark with an opportunity, trying to make something happen, but can't quite find the kill they were hoping for. Will eventually find the turnaround onto Nate. And still, Lizzie will find out that trade there. Blue Gatorade, as it's just a huge sequence of trades, and it just keeps going SGP's way. They found all the points on P1, and then they hit that rotation over to P2 in a big way.
Making that rotation on over. Now we're going to head towards the kitchen. You're going to get Cabal there first. trying to make that rotation. They are set up on the right side to hold down that P4. You do lose that mid-map control in the entirety of the chaos. Gliz is just going to stay back there, try to anchor things down, trying to get a kill. Good shots from the kitchen are going to alleviate things in the back line, and now SGP is in the position they want and have that back spawns. The hill is up for grabs, but you have such a big lead. They're controlling this game so well.
Yeah, Dark going to grab a couple for his team and really look to push the advantage, but Cabal, they want to try and make their way back into it. They get a good control on this kitchen hardpoint. They're going to look to just shore up, try to find the rest of it, but we do see rotating back over towards P4. Gliz just maintaining this map control a little bit better, trying to keep this nice and wrapped up. SGP, they get back on the hill. They're going to get the scrap of this P3, but P4 already in the hands of Cabal.
Cabal trying to lock this thing down. They need a lot of time, and they need it desperately. We're able to get this back position in Gliz. Feels so comfortable back here, and it's a good spot you want to try to lock down, especially towards the back half of the first set of rotations here. Cabal on the hill trying to dig back into this thing the best they can. Battling and fighting for the moment. Couple of players going to try to push through the front. Sovereign with some shots. Not going to be taken down by Gliz, but Dark is going to find that one. Either way, kill feed's a little bit wrong, so excuse me, that was not Dark there, but there's going to be trades all galore. Blue Gatorade trying to come through and get it done through the back, but he gets taken care of. Cabal does get forced off the hill for the moment, but they did get a decent chunk of time.
Yeah, Nate gets a nice one there to try and mount some kind of offensive onto this P4, but it's going to stay in the hands of SGP. They've had a great first reset, and they're going to look to finish it off in a big way. Cabal will find the break and find some time for themselves, but it's just in time for that P1 rotation for the side of SGP. Nate going to go forwards, will try to find a little bit more just at the end, but Gliz gets ripped off his spot at P1. That's a big pick to find for SGP, as they should be able to try and at least mount an offensive early on here. Keep Cabal off of this P1, as it is a pretty mixy hill. So Blue Gatorade getting that pick is going to make it a little bit easier. Again, just immediately traded down. Dark will grab one, looking for number two, needs to find it to keep this flank safe, but has to get that reload through, and he'll get hunted down as Hyde going to grab that one, and it's P1 again in the hands of SGP.
And they're starting to work towards that P2 side as well. SGP playing well on all fronts of the game at the moment. Rotations have been good. Their breaks have been good when they need them, but they haven't always needed them either. So it's just been pretty great hardpoint for them. You see that in the score line as well. Blue Gatorade trying to make something happen, but Busy going to go ahead and take those right away from him. Nice two-piece out of the kid. SGP, they're just rolling.
Yeah. Cabal is able to grab the rest of the scrap of P1, but they need to make this P2 rotation count over to Lounge. But as it is right now, they've done it really, really well. Blue Gatorade, the one holding on to this space. He's doing a great job of it. Gets another one as well. You should not be able to grab that one if you're Blue Gatorade, but he'll take it nonetheless. We're going to really cut into this SGP lead nicely here to try and get Cabal back into it. Only down about 40 points now. By no means impossible, especially with how low these point totals are in general.
Excellent battle out of Cabal here. Blue Gatorade is certainly no shortage of highlight plays to be found when he's on the map, and give him one more. Can't quite turn and find the second, but that's an excellent chunk of time up. Almost there's the 100-point mark for Cabal. Now down by less than 30 seconds. Have battled all the way back in this thing, and this is why I say Cabal is a team to be concerned with.
Yeah, off the back of a huge P2, it's going to be SGP getting the rest of the scrap, but that's a little bit of a cold comfort when you had almost a 60-point lead, and now that's been reduced down to closer to 30, especially with P3 control in the hands of Cabal, at least for now. It's going to be a little bit difficult. SGP, they're starting to sweat a little bit. They need to try and find a little bit more of these fights. Blue Gator are going to find one there on to Hyde. Lieb gets a nice kill, tries to get some hill time, but immediately gets shut down. As now even more Hyde in pursuit. It's SGP. They finally find a little bit of time for themselves, and they're going to look to try and hold on.
finally starting to get back to some of their winning ways, but starting to lose some of the gunfights throughout mid. Only one player left up, and that's a great retake out of Cabal. Were they able to find that last player? And they do. Nate goes down, and now it's all Cabal's hill yet again for this scrap. Now trying to lock down the rotation towards P4. Kliz yet again in that position, all the way back patio, trying to lock things down. And he's got a couple of teammates trying to work on through Dark, able to find one on rotation. Now has reinforcements from Blue Gatorade as well, and this could be a great setup for Cabal if they can hold.
Yeah, they have a great opportunity to really rack up time here. They don't have a trophy in a great spot. Dark almost gets a bit of a tag from that nade, but a great trade from SGP, and they're just making a absolute meal out of it as they rip through Cabal. High gonna grab another one off the back of the pistol, and it's flipped in the blink of an eye. SGP still getting that time, still looking for more as the trophies are down. Gonna look to try and maintain control. Cabal looking for this hit. Blue Gatorade in the front of the point. Will be getting the time momentarily, but shut down there by Nate. And again, SGP, they find a break. They hold on, and they extend that lead.
SGP are just doing enough to maintain this lead. Thank God they did so much work in the back, or excuse me, in the front half of this thing. Now they're close to that 200-point mark, kind of trying to get set up for P1 as well. They're going to find one of those gunfights, but it is going to be Cabal's hill for the moment, trying to make the play on it.
Once again, we full reset back to P1, and once again, it's going to be Mixie, but this time it's Cabal that ends up with the initial control. They're going to get ripped off of it again. It feels like this has happened every single P1. P1 is just SGP's playground, but Dark, he's got a little bit to say about that. Blue Gatorade going to pick up one on the hide off a nave, and Dark is just going to find a stellar shot. Flips the point momentarily, but again, so chaotic. And SGP, they're the beneficiaries. They come out on top of P1 once again. They should be able to grab the rest of the scraps. The P rotation, or apologies, the P2 rotation now underway. They're looking to try and get that control, but the shot's not quite there. Kliz will kill one to get the rest of the scrap, but it's only 5 seconds. They're going to be late to this P2 rotation.
Gonna be a little bit late to the party, but you know, some say fashionably late. You see, you know, it could be good for you and good for, you know, the social aspect of things. Maybe not in the Call of Duty world. You do have the hill for now if you are Cabal trying to work back into this game. You did a great job on the second half of that last set of rotations. SGP was able to do enough just to get ever so much closer to that finish line. But you're just battling right now if you're Cabal, trying to extend it as much as possible.
SGP will get ripped off the point as Blue Gatorade gets a nice pick there onto Hyde to really open up. But Nate finally cashes in on that flank positioning. Isn't able to quite get the second that I think they were hoping for. Sovereign going to combine for 2 as a 4 streak out of Nate is still on the table, potentially trying to find some kind of score streak, but it's a little bit too little too late. Cabal still on the point for now, but as it starts to flip once again over to P3, it's going to be Sovereign, the first one there. He's going to start to soak that hill time, and with only 15 seconds left, Cabal needs to make a move right now.
Yeah, they're spawning deep P2 side, and they just keep dying, unfortunately, and that's going to be all 4 players dead. And you do have a close enough spawn, so maybe you can try to make one more contest at this thing, but you need to start winning some gunfights, and it is not going to start for you soon enough. SGP are going to roll with the map #1 victory.
Yeah, a big win from SGP, especially on respawns where Cabal have been so strong throughout this tournament. They make their mark, they stake their claim in this series, and now they're the team to beat all of a sudden, heading in to Vault S&D. A big advantage to find, especially if they're able to make do on, you know, one of Cabal's weaknesses that we saw the other day.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that weakness. They do have that 1-0 lead. We've seen them be able to be clinical in the S&D for the side of SGP. Though it's going to be interesting to see if they can maintain that, or if SGP will be able to take advantage of that pace change up and really put Cabal in a 2-0 hole, or if Cabal will be able to take advantage.
Yeah, Looks like we are going to most likely head to a quick break here before we get set and ready to go for map 2. So don't go anywhere. Still plenty of Call of Duty to go both in this series and for the rest of the day. So we'll be back after this with map 2 for some search and destroy.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I told you, we said it wasn't going to be a long break. It's not. Map number 2, Search and Destroy, is up, ready to rock. We do find Cabal down in a 1-0 hole, but it's a best of 5. Nothing to hit that panic button about by any means. You just got to hit that regain.
Yeah, I think especially on Vault, this is an opportunity again for Cabal. They really need to fight back into this one. I mean, heading down 2-0 to a control is not what any team wants. I mean, especially with Vault being a map that sort of has this predefined meta. There's 2 real hits. You either hit through Vault or you hit through Pool onto that A side. If you really want to mix it up, you can head towards B, but you know, we've seen teams pretty consistently just ignore that B side, mainly just use it as a sponge for attention of the defenders. So it'll be interesting to see how the strategy unfolds, as it's going to be Cabal on this attack side first.
With the bomb in hand, standard fast A push. Not going to see anything too tricky here. Just going to go where you need to go and try to win some gunfights. You do have Dark in a good position down below. Hyde, however, is going to find a first blood. Nate's going to find one as well. So now you don't even have the bomb down. It's just in your hand. This situation offensively could not have gone much worse for you. And now it's a 1v3.
Yeah, I think that Cabal, I mean, they needed to get that bomb down a lot faster. Lieb will be able to grab one to try and pull back this 1vx situation. Now down to 1v2, by no means impossible, but without the bomb, it gets so much harder. Swap to the pistol. A little bit of over-aggression from Nate will give them a road back in it. It has to be the ace for Lieb in this round. One more to find, and they're all the way to P4. Heading back to bottom art now. It's an opportunity for Lee, but the timing should be there for Hyde, and he will clean it up. SGP, a little bit sloppy, but they find it regardless.
Hey, however you got to get it done. It goes to the 1v1 position, but Hyde goes all tried and true up top. Art gets the easy one. Lieb had no information on where Hyde was whatsoever. Was just trying to get into a good plant position where he could have a good sight onto that bomb to watch it and try to clutch up that 1v1. But that's really just a smart play out of Hyde once you get into that 1v1 situation, knowing you're on defense, just backing up, allowing the information to come to you. You don't have a bomb plant come through, but you make your check on B bomb site and it works out for you.
Yeah, looks now a little bit of an interesting strategy coming in from SGP on this attack. Hyde gonna go full wrap around on the B players. Does spot out the player lower vault, will take them out as well. It's all just a Hyde masterclass on this lurk. Still looking for more. Hyde gonna find Blue Gatorade a little bit, and he'll find a third on the round. Hyde still looking for more, but it's not necessary. SGP, they rinse Cabal on that round.
They're just rolling through them at the moment. It's just been aggression, and you're talking about the interesting play out of Hyde right off the rip. If they're not expecting that push through that door at all, which they were not, it works out for you, and then you go with the chase bottom vault, and you get it done. You find a third on the outside as well. That's just a great round out of them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if SGP can really put their foot on the gas and really stake their claim to this lead. I think this is again, I said this a lot during the last series. This isn't really a must-win round for Cabal, but it really feels like one, and Hyde gonna find an initial pick. It's another pick onto Busy instead in a trade as a couple go Cabal's way. This is a round that they really have to convert. As the bomb goes down, Hyde will drop with it. It's all down to Sovereign in a 1v3.
And this is what Cabal needed the first round. Get that bomb down efficiently, start winning some of these gunfights. And now you're in a 1v3 situation, and Sav left with the world to do. 2 players in bottom A, and you're not going to be able to find anything. Cabal finally gets one on the board.
A big win from Cabal, and in a pretty dominant fashion. That's going to do a good amount for their momentum heading into this. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how this goes. I mean, they need to be able to convert this next round specifically. They need a defense round under their belt to really get settled in to this vault.
If they're able to do that, lock it down. Easier said than done at times, especially if you get that quick plant on A. But if you can find a first blood, things get a lot easier. Going for a little bit of a nade spot. SGP don't have the bomb yet, just maybe going to try to get some kills, but you do lose one along the way. Dark is going to find that first one onto Hyde. Sovereign luckily is able to pick up one onto Kliz, get this thing back to 3v3. Still an interesting play at SGP, no bomb in hand.
Yeah, they're going to leave it behind. I think they just potentially don't want to give control of it over, but a big play from Busy will find one. He'll get flanked up by Lieb. So it's a trade in the end as Kliz will start to just now go and hold hands with Lieb. They're just going to let the plant come through here, it looks like. They're just going to lock down this B, eventually head over to the A for the retake if necessary, but a nice pick there. Sovereign can't find the trade, and he'll be short to follow as Cabal, they make a absolute statement with an easy comeback of 2 rounds in a row.
They answered 2 with 2 of their very own. Dark, good shots there onto Sav. Was just in perfect positioning after he got the information from his teammate up in top. Art gets a nice pick, and they just ended up playing that perfectly. And I hear what you're saying. That's probably what they were doing. They wanted to get aggressive on offense, didn't want the bomb in a weird spot if one of them went down, which makes sense. But you kind of wasted a lot of time and put yourself in a weird position where you gave up a lot of that map control, where Cabal ended up backing all the way up into their spawn. You had to go run back and get the bomb. So not a play that really ended up paying off for you in any sort of fashion. But that's a great way to answer a 2-piece to open the next round.
Yeah, Nate and Hyde gonna start us off fast, and it's all down to Lieb in the blink of an eye. Needs to find 3, finds 1, has the opportunity with 1 in front of him, but doesn't want to take the second fight while low HP. Will be able to regen back to 100. So he's isolated that first 1v1. There's 2 in front of him. Will throw the nade. Not likely to find a target. Does find a flak jacket and a tag off of it, but they will just elect. Well, I think they wanted to go towards that B side, but the bomb is down on the A site. Not sure if Lieb knows that, but he finds a great spot. He's turned this into a 1-on-1, but doesn't look the right way. And SGP, again, a little messy, but they'll find the round.
Just having that numbers advantage is huge. And, you know, sometimes it does get a little dicey, as we've seen in those couple of rounds when they had the big man advantages. But at the end of the day, they're getting the rounds done. And I won't say those are body shots, but maybe he just missed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now. I mean, SGP, they want to reestablish that 2-round lead, especially later into the map. It gets better and better to have that big lead. Especially now. It's going to be tough for Cabal. I think Lieb is the real big slayer right now. I think Blue Gatorade and Dark, not having the greatest map. They really need them to wake up a little bit more as the plant will come through. This is, again, the first time we've seen a rush plant since, I believe, the very first round. So going back to roots, going back to basics is maybe just what this team needs.
We'll see if it pays off for him here. SGP, they've certainly been favoring aggression early on, but now can play that in the bomb site where these kills can come a little bit easier. But Dark is going to find 2, finds 3, finds 4. Oh my God. You got to get some type of calm. It came through too fast. Dark, the sneaky man through the broken wall in the pool.
I mean, it's an unbelievable play from Dark, but it's also just an unbelievable meltdown from SGP. If you go for this fast A plant, you can't all be sitting in bomb room. They're just waiting there to get slaughtered. I mean, you need some kind of map control pool, maybe some map control towards vault. You just can't afford to sit there and get pinched. Even if you have trophies and you're not worried about nades, they're just sitting there, sitting ducks. They're in a world of hurt. They're getting pinched from every side. They give up all the map control. And in the blink of an eye, I mean, Dark, you give him a chance like that and he'll do that. I said he needed to wake up and he does it in a big way.
No better way to get yourself back into it than an instantaneous ace. And what can be such a difficult position, they just trumped it easily. And now Cabal starting to flow and feel themselves. Sovereign left alone in a 1v4. So many things to do. You find one, but you roll right into a teammate. Shots in the back. Cabal, they'll take back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, a huge round to find for Cabal. They really stake their claim on that momentum there, especially with some score streaks should be available from this position. So they could be able to use those to convert into some further rounds as they are, for the first time this map, in the lead. And they're going to look to keep it that way heading here into round 8.
The ball starting to feel some energy, starting to get that Kai up, maybe looking to go Super Saiyan a little bit here. Oh, Dark, maybe watching some Shotzzy TikToks? Definitely have been. Got a tag there, not the kill. Nice nade either way. Follows up with a kill onto a 5 spree. Hits a couple of shots into that second player. Nobody falling. SGP bomb down. Dark all over it right now, so it's a big hill to climb for SGP.
Yeah, they tried the fast vault hit instead of going through pool, and they're just getting completely shut down. It's Dark once again, now on a 6 streak, looking for more. Has the RCXD in his pocket, likely to stay nice and snug there until a later round. Hyde going for a long wrap around the side. They do have a good amount of time on the clock to work with for SGP. 40 seconds, still quite a bit, but not when you're losing players like that. It's all down to Sovereign in a 1v3. And he's been called out and he's been taken down. Cabal, they extend that lead and they find map point.
They are on map point, 1 away from the equalizer, getting this thing back to 1-1. And, you know, as one of our co-casters, Rich, likes to talk about that 5-3 curse, SGP certainly hoping that's in effect now, but Cabal just looks so dominant 3 rounds in a row. And it's not like SGP is some schlub team. This is the #1 ranked team in this tournament coming in. So they're taking it to them right now. Map #1 didn't go your way. We saw flashes of Cabal looking really good in that map, just ultimately not able to do enough. Certainly making up for it here.
Now we see Lieb with this overlook, potentially looking towards this B side. And oh my goodness, Sovereign. Okay, they're starting to feel it again. 5-3 curse, you said it might happen. Sovereign looking for more, looking for #3. Can't quite find it just yet. Will eventually as SGP. They're not looking to go down without a fight. It now lies 5-4. And they're going to try and fight back. They are not about to lose map 2 like chumps.
Not going down without a fight for sure. Not saying the curse is fully in effect. SGP extend this thing ever so slightly. Cabal, though, looking to get there, get back. They did kind of get bullied on that one, but it could just be an outlier for them. They have the benefit of that defensive side now. Let's see if they elect to get aggressive and try to get that first blood right off the rip and back up, or if they'll just kind of play a waiting game for information.
Yeah, you know, a couple rounds ago, I said that Blue Gatorade and Dark really needed to step it up, and Blue Gatorade's been playing a bit better, but Dark went nuclear. I'm going to say the same about Nate and Busy over on SGP. not having the greatest of maps so far. They really need to turn it on in these last couple rounds if they want any chance. With the bomb already down, Nate gonna get spammed through. A couple of trades though as we enter a 2v2. Blue Gatorade into the bomb room, gonna get shut down by Busy as it's all down to Lieb in a 1v2. He has the chance to end the map right here, right now, but he's got a little bit of a rotation to go and 2 players in the bomb room. They need to just play for the time. 8 seconds on the defuse, and it's not even going to find the first. SGP, they tie us up at 5s, and it's sudden death here in map 2.
Wow, here we go, Graph. We are battling through this thing. We might as well get around 11 for my first match of the night. You might as well get warm, shake, get ready to go. I know you had a match earlier before. This one is digging deep. Cabal trying to salvage this thing and make sure they can even it up 1-1. They had a 5-3 lead at one point, and I don't think anybody thought SGP was just going to lie down and take it on the chin 6-3. But to battle back and take it to round 11, that's something special.
Now we're going to see a quick plant again here from SGP. They're going to get the bomb down quick, and look at Cabal. They're giving up a lot of map control, and this is going to take a lot of time to get towards bomb room. SGP, all they have to do is not play too aggressive here, and they should be able to maintain this control. They've got Sovereign in a great spot back towards closer to T1. Sovereign finally cashes in on the RCXD. That'll find Nate. Will there be a response of the score streaks? It's a couple back and forth, 2-2. We sit. Sovereign still has that God spot planted towards Pool. Tries to get a little bit of help, but it's all down to Hyde. Will be a 1v1 against Kliz. One time, one opportunity, trying to call him out. Doesn't know if the defuse is coming through. Now knows it isn't. Not quite enough time on the clock. Hyde finds the swing and finds the shots as SGP compete the comeback, and they find themselves a map 2.
And they're showing you why they are one of the best teams in this league and the #1 seed at the moment. 5-3, no matter. We'll whip off 3 in a row like nothing ever happened. And Hyde just comes through at the perfect time. A couple of shots early on to stop the initial defused attempt at a Kliz. Tries to hop back on it when there was no other choice but for him to defuse or lose. And then Hyde just comes right through, knows that's the case, gets the easy kill.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot you're getting put into now if you're Cabal. Heading into this map 3 on the control, it's going to be a pretty big deal to try and find this one under your name, under your belt. I mean, I don't think either of these teams want sent down to the losers bracket, but especially heading into vault control, something we haven't really seen either of these two teams play too much specifically. I mean, we've seen a lot of vault throughout this tournament, but control specifically, not as much. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, same map that just went down to the wire, so I'd love to see another one sort of follow suit here.
And I think it definitely could, considering Cabal is fighting for their upper bracket lives here, right? They're down 2-0. I definitely think they have it inside of them to go over and try to take this game here, but I don't know. It's just SGP, when the chips are down, when it counts the most, they've just been stepping up every single time. Cabal had that momentum rolling in that map #1, and SGP snuffed it out. Same thing in map #2. They rolled off 3 in a row of their own, got it to map point, excuse me, and SGP just rolled off 3 of their own in a row. So it's hard to bet against SGP. I wouldn't be surprised if we go to a map 4, but dang, those syndicate boys look clean.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. And looks like, though, we're going to need a little bit of time before we head into map 3. Again, vault control. We're going to take a very, very short break, so don't go anywhere. Go get yourself a snack, maybe go to the bathroom, and we'll be back right after this.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Told you it wasn't going to be a very long break. We're here. We're ready for map number 3, Vault Control. A, not the worst thing in the world to do offensively. B, yeah, good luck. You got to hope you can win a lot of fun gunfights and some crazy things go down. Maybe the van helps you out a bit. I've seen some crazy things with that dastardly van. But either way, Cabal fighting for that upper bracket life right now.
Yeah, they were going to need to string 3 maps in a row. I think especially towards that B side, I think maintaining control of top art is going to be a really big priority for both of these teams. I think that's a big piece of the defense specifically. If the offense is able to get control of top art, you know, that B site starts to open up a little bit. By no means does it get simple, but you know, it gets to be a little bit easier. But it looks like both of these teams going to really make a big push here for this A side early, as an early nade draws first blood over for the side of Cabal. Still looking for more. Lieb is going to grab one there as a big collapse for Cabal. A lot of lives lost early, and they're not able to make any progress.
Oh, and now you're kind of trapped back in your spawn. You need to win some big gunfights here and try to fight out. Dark is going to do that. Find one. Blue Gatorade gonna find another one as well as you make a touch onto that A site, starting to work. Get a couple of players to try to stack this thing, and that's a good play there. You see out of Blue Gatorade starting to push up into that top art building. Does find a couple of kills before he gets traded out, but that's a lot of time earned out of Cabal.
Yeah, they've got a couple ticks already, looking to finish off this A site. They might be able to do it contested for now, but they will win the fight. It's on to Hyde, but he'll be shut down as A will fall very, very quickly, and they're already on to B. Looking at this one quick, already almost a tick. Will be taken off of it though by the nade from SGP. They need to try and maintain this control. Kaliz going to find one, but immediately gets traded down. And again, that player top art needs to stand firm. It's Sovereign right now that needs to do the work. One tick already found, and it gives a lot of time for Cabal to reset, really try to figure out what they're going to do. They could play for lives at this point as well. 14 only available for SGP. Make that 13. And Blue Gatorade's found himself an amazing spot to just sit and soak up a little bit of health, force some players forwards, and take some 1v1 gunfights.
And Dark making a wave through their back spawn, finds 2 huge kills, and that's clearance for Cabal onto that B site. And now you have Dark in the back art area, gets another spawn kill. And boy, oh boy, you're going to need to take care of him if you want to clutch up on this defense if you're SGP. Now just trying to play on the outside. Clay's trying to find a couple of kills to sure up this hill. Not quite doing it so far. Busy, able to contest right through, but things are getting desperate for SGP.
Yeah, they almost had that last tick claimed. It was just barely that SGP hold onto this round, but with still a minute 12 to go, we're more likely to go to lives at this point, and Dark almost had the opportunity to take one of them off the board. No respawns remaining for SGP. They have to win these gunfights. They have to do that fast as well. Sovereign, though, in a good spot. We're going to slow down a little bit, but down goes a player from SGP. Dark ran right past him, and you can't afford to be making mistakes like that with no lives left, as it's just down to Hyde and Busy, as onto the point go Cabal. One more chow. There's time for just that, and it's gone in the blink of an eye. as the lives run dry. Cabal with a big round win.
Excellent offensive round there onto the B site. You get 2 ticks, don't quite find the third, but most teams don't find 3 onto B. Getting a full capture offensive round win is not typically how it gets done on Vault. If you can, that's just, extra icing on top. But Cabal does a great job, gets it done. SGP just had 2 little lives to try to stop them from getting anything done there. I mean, even if you had respawns, they probably get it done on ticks where how close they were towards the end of that thing. So it's a great round out of Cabal.
SGP, they've got another chance now. This time, the scripts are flipped. It's going to be a couple early big kills for SGP. Kliz had such a great opportunity, but he'll get shut down as now it's all a matter of coming through on it. SGP already looking to claim that vault side. 2 ticks already almost found. They will confirm the second, looking to try and find the full hill as they also have a player rotated over towards that B side, that more difficult location, as Busy trying to lock this down. Needs to find this gunfight around the side. He goes and he finds it. Little bit of extra to take home. But the point still stays in control for Cabal. Not fully captured, but a tick on B. It's going to make that a little bit easier next time. The only thing SGP from this position has to be careful of is they don't run fully out of time. As Kide with a great flank through the bottom vault will be able to get more hill time. That should be the end of A, as the rest of SGP are going to lay siege onto this B side. Hyde with a great opener will force the spawn out as Dark needs to stand firm, grabs one, but will be immediately traded, and it's just all SGP for now.
You do find that flanker in Nate, so a little bit of a moment to breathe for Cabal, but SGP, they are certainly breathing right down your neck. You can't feel too comfortable, and that's going to be Busy finding one onto the backside there. 1 player left on the hill. Busy trying to stay alive as much as he can, try to work on that second tick of progress. Doing his best to stay alive. Sovereign does come through to get him some help, stack that hill, and it could be all 6 ticks come through. SGP gets an offensive round win of their own.
Yeah, and a big one to find, especially on ticks. SGP, I mean, they show Cabal exactly why they found those first 2 maps. A big win to find, especially in what looked like the same as Cabal, dominant fashion on their offense. This round 3 is going to really set the tempo for the rest of this map. It'll be especially damning if SGP is able to find it.
See if they can lock up on a defense. Last time it came down to live, so if you can do a better job managing those trades and maybe not feeling it like you need to get as aggressive on defense and just playing back a little bit, maybe you can keep those lives a little bit more in check, find a defensive round win for yourself. Just getting a little bit aggressive towards that A site, so Cabal's just going to kind of sneak on over towards B just a little bit, get a little presence, and get some attention off of that A site. But when you split your efforts like that, it means you're losing somewhere else.
Yeah, we saw Dark go for a full wrap, and he finally cashes in on it, onto the A side. They should be able to get 1 tick off of this, as it was a 4 down. Cabal, SGP forced to spawn out back towards Art. So they will be able to maintain control of that B side for now, but it's a progress tick already on the board for Cabal. Looking for a second, 1 down, but it's immediately traded out. And still, a ton of trades onto the point. Cabal going to clear out some of that progress. Busy looking for more, but it gets a little too hot. Gets a little bit too spicy with his play, and he'll be taken down for it now. This one looking like it could go either way. 1 life in pursuit, as Hyde will find one, look to try and catch this rotation over towards this A bomb site. They need to try and find it soon. Second tick of progress, not yet quite found, as Busy and Hyde going to grab a couple. Blue Gatorade caught in a little bit of no man's land, and he'll be shut down fully as Kliz caught on the point. They know he's here, and he will be taken down at bottom vault. And, I mean, SGP, they're looking great right now.
They're starting to flow. The lives are certainly in check. They're up by 8, less than 30 seconds for Cabal to try to get on a hill and finish one of them off and gain that extra minute, but it doesn't look like it's going to be so easy. You do get 2 players to find a way onto that A side and stop the clock for the moment, but Hyde on the hunt, trying to get these players, finds one, gets traded out, and that progress is going to come all the way through for Cabal, able to get that extra minute, but lives, they're still at a premium. You're down to 7.
Yeah, Cabal, I mean, they still have an opportunity if they can find a 4 down. That's a good start from Dark to try and start this off, but immediately trade it out. And that's all SGP needs from this position. They don't need to make any hero plays. They just need to find the trades as they continue to do so. As the kill feed lights up one more time. Hyde gonna rip away a player permanently. As now down to just 2. It's Lieb and Kliz, the last bastion for Cabal, and the last bastion, it will fall. As Lieb, the last one up, and not long for this world. It's a melee to finish. As SGP again rinse through the competition.
Certainly starting to take flight in the control as well. Didn't quite win the first defense, but they certainly clutched up well upon the second. Did a much better job, kind of what I was pointing to, just making sure lives didn't become an issue for them. They stayed ahead of that game the entire time. SGP takes back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, now it's do or die from Cabal from this position. This is their, I mean, it's not their tournament life on the line, but it is winner's life on the line. Again, they don't want to have to go take the run back against Unreal Nightmares. They're going to be coming in with a vengeance because it is SGP that put them down into that loser's side. So it's an opportunity to try and find their way back into it. They have an early lives deficit for the side of Cabal, but they're trying to right that wrong right now. Kliz gonna find one. He's gonna find a second, and that'll flip the control in the blink of an eye. Still looking for more on this A side. Needs to find this defense. There's one in behind him, but it will eventually cash in on the flank. And it's an early start for Cabal that finds them at least a little bit ahead for now in the lives, but the progress not quite there just yet.
No, not quite. You need to keep those lives in check if you're SGP. Cabal, though, doing an excellent job on the defense, at least initially. You do go 3 dead, so now you have to hit a quick regain and make sure Nate isn't able to cause an issue in your back spawn building, but he's going to find 2 players as some progress comes through on the A side as well, and a couple of kills will come through. SGP, we're looking well on the back foot, but certainly they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they should be able to finish up the second tick at the very least on towards this A side. It looks like they will. Going for a third. Lieb, he's here. He needs to shut this down. If he can find it, it's a big reset for the attack, but a huge fight win from Hyde will maintain control for SGP. They grab that A side, and they're looking already at B. The huge fight win means they didn't have to reset their attack. Blue Gatorade Hill go down. It's a 4 down already for SGP. They rinse through again, and they stack up onto that B point 4 strong, and look at the speed they're taking it. 1 tick already, looking for more. Nate gonna maintain control of Art just to maintain that overlook. Kliz gonna have to hit fast already. 2 ticks gone, 3rd tick on the way. Can they get there in time? They find it time for the chow, but can they hold on? Answer seems to be no. SGP, they sweep through Cabal, brooms out, and they find their way to the grand finals.
Wow. I mean, did I think it was going to be a 3-0? Absolutely not. I mean, Cabal looked really good in that search and destroy, just couldn't take it away when they had that 5-3 lead, and then just got pretty much bullied out on the control. They had that good first offense where they were able to take SGP out on lives, but then it was just 3 in a row, just outright dominance from SGP, and it kind of makes you feel like SGP is the team that can do whatever they want when they choose to.
Yeah, I think it's especially big for SGP to get there with the advantage into that winner's end of the grand finals. They have the safety net even within the grand finals. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cabal versus Unreal Nightmares. That's not the matchup I think we were expecting in losers finals, but it's one that will be exciting nonetheless. It's going to be tough for Cabal, though, coming off of a 0-3 loss to try and turn it around against a team as strong as Unreal Nightmares. So it'll be really interesting to see how that one goes.
Yeah, certainly not the position you want to find yourself in if you are Cabal. You'd like to be hanging out in Grands right now, just kind of being able to shoot bots, maybe get a quick scrim in, couple maps, keep yourself warm. But now you have to go to another best of 5 against a team that had just been resting, maybe watch some VOD, corrected a couple of things that they saw they didn't like earlier. They got to shoot bots, maybe get a couple of maps in. So, it's not the best spot for you.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that one pans out, but we're going to have to go to a bit of a break until then. Be sure to stay tuned because we've got great matches still to come. Losers finals and grand finals still on the way. But until then, another big thank you to Cabal, the hosts. Unfortunately, unable to grab the win on that one, but another big thank you to GamerX Society, the main sponsor for us here today. But with that being said, that'll be all for us for now. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the losers finals after this.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Skip on the hill. Careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurz able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but encourage Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
But on the hill, be careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my God, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So Here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peeking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
Greetings and salutations, peoples of the internet. Welcome, one and all, to the channels, to the streams, and to the page. My name is Big Rich X. I am joined by the sensational, the sexy, and the, dare I say, succulent shake and bake in the booth with the Monday Night Mommy shirt on. He knows what we like, folks. At least yours truly. We got lower bracket finals coming up. It's Cabal taking on Unreal Nightmare. Couple of gunnies on these teams. Let me tell you, let me talk to you in the words of Mr. LA Knight himself. This is going to be a fun lower bracket final, Shake.
Yeah, I had to. All right. Listen, it's going to be a good one for sure. Cabal versus Unreal Nightmare. Unreal Nightmare, they've been battling through this lower side all the way, coming off a couple of trios, looking pretty good in their last few. Where Cabal, they're coming off, tough loss in their own right. They got 3-0'd. The map number 2, that was hotly contested. Map number 1, they showed flashes for sure. And map number 3 was a little bit of a smoke show, but they still showed moments. And I think there's some ability inside of this team to get back and have the ability to go against SGP one more time and see if they can run the table here. But, Unreal Nightmare, they're definitely nobody to shrug off.
No, absolutely not. They, like you said, fighting like a couple of dogs to get in this. Cabal surprisingly taken out in a 3-0 fashion from SGP. I know how dangerous that Cabal squad is, and to see him get 3-0'd just makes me a little bit more terrified of SGP and just how talented they are as a squad. They've only dropped a single map this entire bracket thus far, which is quite frankly, pun intended, unreal. Either way, I'm excited for these maps coming up. I believe we're starting with Protocol, if my memory serves me right, from our wonderful production crew. Protocol Hardpoint, as we know, that verticality coming in such wonderful clutch moments, and especially the elevator shaft into the Batcave control room area for that final hill just makes for such interesting plays, both offensively, defensively. I'm excited to see how these players uh, will continue to utilize the map and have utilized the map's verticality. And Protocol is definitely one of my favorite maps of this newer Call of Duty for Black Ops 6. I'm excited to see Hacienda return to the COD Pro scene as well. I know I haven't seen too much of it yet, but I'm hoping some of these teams pick it at least, hopefully, for grand finals when we get there. But either way, we got to get through the lower bracket final first. I don't like calling it losers because these teams are still fighting. You're not fully losing. You're just putting your best foot forward.
Yeah, and speaking on the map pool, I can't wait to see Hacienda. I think it's just a reps thing at this point. Maybe it'll just take a little bit longer. Maybe after the holiday break, when we're ready for next cup, we'll get some Hacienda in there. I know some words on Hacienda control and not so great, but Vault and Protocol are not so great. So whatever. Protocol HP is where we're going, and that is pretty fun. I'll agree with you. You want to control those either spawn buildings, depending on which side you're on, P2, getting that mid-map control, having that castle spawn building is always nice to have, just trying to lock that down, because a lot of players will work through middle map to get to most of these points. P3 is in one of those spawn buildings. P4 is right down below. P1 is on that gunny station, and outside of the castle is your P2. You get a nice fly over here. Look at P1 right there. And on the mini map shows the rest of the hills. It is all tightly contested. Controlling the middle of the map, making sure you have eyes through there is always going to be important, because there's going to be a lot of rotators through.
Well, 100%, as we see on our preview here on our fly through on the right hand side of your screen, a majority of the maps are going to be on that mid lane, except for the 3. P3 is going to be interesting. I think whoever is able to control that back spawn will be able to turn P3 into a bit of a money hill. I know P4 is typically the one you lock down on, but either way, here we go. And never mind, we're going to end it in a quick post-ended game, as we're going to get a few things swapped and situated. Either way, I believe there are some controller issues with one of the players, but we will get everything set and situated. Don't you worry. Either way, this map, we played it a dozen times, more than a dozen, probably hundreds of times already at this point. Shake, what is your key to victory, would you say, for these squads on Protocol?
You got to keep your head on a swivel. These points are so close together, and there's so many different ways to attack most of them. P4, there's you can funnel players into one section, either shooting through the front or just try to pin them into one of those verticality spots, so you can kind of lock in one spot. But you can easily hit that flank if you overemphasize to one spot. So you got to keep your head on a swivel and make sure you keep attention to that clock, and you're paying attention to your own team's rotations as well, because it is very easy to do on this map, because it is so hotly contested. Teams can kind of get late on rotations, and then it's like, oh no, now we have to break on a hill that's going to be tough to break. So you got to stay ahead of that as well.
Yeah, finding your moments to rotate appropriately while maintaining that scrap, like you said, keeping your head on a swivel is going to be the key to victory here, folks. These players are all set and ready and raring to go, and so are we. We are locked in. Your lower bracket finals coming in hot. Unreal Nightmare and Cabal fighting for their spot in Grands, as Cabal grabs the first blood. Blue Gatorade, been a star in this bracket, to say the least, Shake.
Yeah, Blue Gatorade will show up and show out. Definitely had his name said in the last series. Didn't find the victory for Cabal. Definitely looking to make a difference here. Getting some early hill time. Trying to work towards that P2 side as well. You have the spawns on that side now. Probably going to look to start pushing out and try to find some of these kills and get Unreal Nightmare pushed back as far as possible.
Yeah, and really solid shots here from Shuey and Super Season on the outside of this P1. They're able to get a solid, 14 points. Again, P1 is really just about setting the tone for the matchup. You're not looking to get, too early of a head start, although I'm not complaining if I'm Unreal. You take a bit of a lead here as we rotate to P2 and a solid rotation, just like you said. Wevy is already there, is able to clean up and clear out as Kliz. Unfortunately, could not win it out. Chewy now peeking out through the mid lane, and Unreal Nightmare set up to get a solid hold here on P2. And of course, right as they say that, they get cleared off.
That's, COD timing at its finest there. Super Season has a nice little beat onto the hill, but you're able to slide through and regain if you're Cabal, just trying to soak up as much time as possible. Dark, the lone player on the hill, does get some reinforcements now through to try to hold the line. No contest just yet, trying to even up this line. But you do have Unreal Nightmares trying to set up a push. You just got to start winning some of these gunfights.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of one-on-one engagements. We need a full team rotation, I think, if you want to punch through. Dark currently holding alone, but has solid defense on the outside. A two-piece in favor for Cabal. Plenty of streaks for Cabal as well as they crack 40 points. Gonna get the rest of this hill time, and now rotations to P3 beginning. Although, again, I think we're gonna see Unreal Nightmare get there first.
Finally, early to the hill, Unreal Nightmare looking to take a lead, get wiped right off. 3 in the feed, go purple, Blue Gatorade, Kliz, and Lee all lighting it up right now. Cabal trying to get back to that grand final. Been a good start for them so far. Just trying to hold on to that lead. Only scraps left on this P3. Wevy here trying to make a rotation towards P4. Good gunfight win out of him down below. And now we're just trying to get the lead here. Seems like we may end up having a little bit of an issue here in production. A little bit of a disconnect from the lobby. So all we're going to do is toss it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a resolution and get the losers finals continue.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my God, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Quick update, folks watching at home. We unfortunately were kicked from the lobby mid-match, but luckily we do have a final score, and a bit of a shocker from us, at least for me up here in the booth. I can't speak for the rest of y'all, but Unreal Nightmare was going to take the W 250-204 over Cabal on that protocol hardpoint. Sadly, we were kicked and we didn't get to see that thrilling matchup, but fingers crossed that the Call of Duty gods allow us to view the thrilling Search and Destroy matchup that's coming up next. Search and Destroy, as you all know, is my bread, my butter, my sugar, my cream, my everything when it comes to casting. Jake, why were we kicked? Why did this happen?
Well, I can't tell you exactly why, but our observer in Call of Duty said you don't get to watch the end of the game. So sorry about that, chat. Literally nothing we could do about it. But what we can do is get into map number 2, the search and destroy. Unreal Nightmare got the map number 1 victory. You see the screenshot down there. Was hotly contested, 250 to 204. So, it's not horrible. If you are the side of Cabal, you still feel like you were in that game the entire way. It was just maybe something towards the end. You weren't able to get it done. So we'll have to see how it goes rolling forward.
Yeah, we don't know the ins and outs. We didn't see the rotations. We weren't able to see the plays, unfortunately. So hopefully we get a solid double dose. We get to a full round 11 search and destroy and really get us the Call of Duty content we all want to see, what we all came here to see, and what Gamer X Society sponsored to see. Cabal's hosting this flipping thing, and they're fighting for their very lives to stay in it, punch their ticket to the grand finals. You know, but this is why I stay behind the booth. I'm not competing in this scene. And Cabal really got to step it up in this search and destroy. I know they've had their struggles in SND, but they got to step up here. You do not want to fall 2-0 to Unreal Nightmare because, unfully intended, you might be getting some sleepless nights after this one, thinking things over.
Yeah, you might have a little Freddy Krueger lurking in your dreams, and it could be in the form
Mhm.
of Unreal Nightmare, and you don't want that to happen. Skyline, it's a fast-paced map on S&D. A lot of action happens on over towards that A bomb site and kitchen. B, you don't see a lot of teams go there except for maybe a later rotation just because it's so difficult offensively to get over there unless you go underground. But teams will usually watch that. But, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. If you're Cabal, you can't really go down 2-0 in the losers finals.
No, you really cannot afford to find yourself in that big of a deficit as it's a mad dash up top. Cabal going to grab the first blood. Quick trades, checkerboarded, kill feed, and quickly a 2v2 gunfight situation in round 1 here on Skyline Shake as everyone kind of resets, reorientates, and just tries to get some map awareness here as Cabal just trying to set up on defense. Luckily for them, Unreal Nightmare do not have the bomb. It's dropped up top.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare is going to have to make a play. They do spot out Dark on his way up towards the office, just trying to tech that rotation. Blue Gatorade is going to fall to Wevy. So now it's a 1v2 situation for Dark, trying to make something happen. Does have the benefit of being on defense, so doesn't have to necessarily be overly aggressive here. They just make that bomb check,
Ooh.
but doesn't turn around in time. The chow from the office comes through. Unreal Nightmare grabs around.
Yeah, a solid W for Unreal Nightmares. They just keep things rolling from their hard point victory, sliding in Chewy with the shots. Had the backup right there with Wevy either way, so it was going to be a tough clutch for Cabal, but unfortunately they dropped the first round, and that's just it's just a tough go of things. Cabal got the first blood too, but Unreal Nightmare was able to get those checkerboard trades, and it pays off.
You can play the trade game long enough, eventually you'll win out in search and destroy. They can't keep just coming at you like they can in a respawn. You did handle that first respawn, and you're doing a good job here early in the search and destroy. Poison trying to make a play. Shots first don't land, but ends up getting the chase, getting the kill, gets the first blood. Another one will fall for Cabal as well.
Oh,
And you
Dark.
don't want this to be a tough situation.
Dark looking for the ace, got a 3-streak. Wevy takes him down to rain on the parade, and it's a 1v1 Blue Gatorade. And unfortunate there, Cabal taking the W for Unreal Nightmare. They wanted to get that 2-0 streak. Dark with a 3-piece tear, and who else but Blue Gatorade. Dolphin diving and jumping, slipping and sliding in the kitchen, cooking up a W to keep things interesting.
Absolutely, you might as well. Unreal Nightmare now back on that attack side, trying to get back to where they were. Cabal able to clutch up, make sure things don't go completely awry. They are still trying to get back into the series, even it up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Poison, your bomb carrier, rushing through the mid lane. Gonna get caught out here and stacked up for Dark yet again. Looking for another 3-piece in the feed. Trying to track down this final player and does with the headshot. Dark on an absolute tear in this search and destroy and gets the ace. A 3-piece to before this and an ace to back it up. 2-1 Cabal. Dark doing all the heavy lifting, sitting at 7-2 after 3 rounds. My goodness.
Dark, that's his second ace of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Got one in the previous series. Wasn't able to find a map win for his team, though. Had the 5-3 lead and lost in the round 11. Looking to change the script here and get this map victory so they can get it back to 1 apiece. Dark, certainly a special player.
Yeah, that was an incredible back-to-back rounds for Dark. Blue Gatorade keeps things cooking for Cabal. Dark gets another one before going down. Chewy tries to tip the scales in favor of Unreal, but unfortunately it's already a 3v2. Cabal looking to get the quick plant on Alpha, it would seem. Chewy now just protecting Bravo with Wevy on the back line. But Cabal gets the free plant. Now pressure on Unreal Nightmare to push up.
Cabal's completely in control of the round. Chewy could be a big thorn in their side, but he gets spotted out, has to readjust and maybe rethink things. Gonna go with the same chow, but a better way to attack it. Little closer sight, but you still get spotted out and the dominoes fall. Cabal will take another one.
Yeah, and Cabal needs to capitalize on the momentum they're building here and let it carry over into the control. I know we still got a lot of search and destroy left to play, but do not let Unreal Nightmare get back up. Keep hammering home. Keep playing the way you are. Let Dark do his thing. Honestly, I'd say, and I don't usually say this, let Dark take the lone wolf route. Let him just slay out. They seem to be in that kind of flow state. Just focus on your 3-man push towards an OBJ and let Dark just go to work, Shake.
Not a bad plan. Give it to the hot hand and let him shoot. Usually, you're not talking about Call of Duty, but it works. It works here. Leap, couple of nade checks through the vent, gets a couple of shots for his troubles, falls first blood to Leap. Could be lined up for him. Chewy gonna find one in Sue. Now, Cabal down 3 players, down 4 players. Unreal Nightmare collapses upon them and gets one back for themselves.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Wevy here with the final kill. Had some assistance sliding up in the boardroom, handing out pink slips and sending Kliz back down to the mailroom. Solid shots as Unreal Nightmare bounces back and does exactly what Cabal wanted them not to do and what I was trying to tell Cabal not to allow. Is Unreal Nightmare able to shut him down real quick. Wevy on a 2 streak, Super Season, Chewy on the 1s. Looking to get some stuff done. We get ready for round 6.
Round 6 a rolling. Cabal asserting towards this A site, but not getting overly aggressive. Trying to play for some information. Super Season is going to find one top steps. Dark is going to trade one back, but onto Wevy, so Super is still up and active. 3v3 situation. Gets in control here for Cabal, trying to work that bomb plant. Maybe up towards the office. A little bit of a different strategy here, but Chewy could get some good timing.
Yeah, Chewy just trying to bamboozle their opponents. Vertically waiting and bouncing around, looking like they're on American Ninja Warrior. Kliz picking up the shot. Poison with the trade. 2v2 now. Poison on the outside. Can't get the hit markers to hit. Super Season now in a 1v1 on the elevator shaft, dropping down to first floor. And now Kliz on the bomb, trying to track it down. Super Season, or at least rotate to Alpha and get set up. Super Season on a 3 streak. Be looking for the ace here.
See if he has it in his bones. Get this thing alive. Is he gonna go? I thought maybe he was gonna go for a ninja right away, playing it a little passively, not trying to give himself up too easily. Kliz has a beat on him. Gonna check the bomb. Don't know if he spotted him. I think he did. Here comes the gunfight. Super's ready for it. Gonna shoot his body. Plenty of time for some extracurriculars.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, baby.
The humanity. Absolute disrespect. You're running around the entire map. You take security tunnel just to get bodied. And Super Season letting them know. Unreal Nightmare tying it up. And you can tell, folks watching at home, there is no love lost between these two squads. I am sure they are chirping and yapping at one another in the in-game chat, saying things we can't necessarily say on stream. But a 4 streak for Super Season, going Super Saiyan, dare I say, and clutching up big time in the 1v1 for Unreal.
Lighten it up. You might as well invest a kill streak and a swing round. Looking to get his team the lead. Yes, is able to hit that
Oh, no.
RCXD
Don't do it
route.
to him.
Gonna get so naughty,
Ah.
but Cabal was prepared for it. Didn't catch them off guard. So streak invested, streak gone. Cabal, you'll take that on defense.
Yeah, just one issue with the RCXD, or at least utilizing it, as Dark cleans up in the kitchen with a solid 2 pieces. It's just so loud. Lieb with a third, and Wevy all alone in a 1v4. That RCXD, unfortunately, no help. Wevy just trying to find a way to stay up in this one as players begin to collapse. Shots coming in. Lieb goes down. Check your flank, Wevy. You're making a lot of noise, and unfortunately just getting collapsed upon and taken off the building. 4-3. Cabal shutting down Unreal Nightmare after an incredible performance and letting them know, hey, you start shooting bodies, we'll do some shooting of our own.
I know it's a dead body in a video game that fell off the side of that building, but it still made my stomach turn. Goodness gracious.
It was a statement kill, to say the least. They sent a message.
And it was around Cabal needed, and the Unreal Nightmare chose to invest that streak. They don't get anything out of it. You get the sty points, you hit the jump, it looked cool, but Cabal ultimately took care of business, and now Super Season trying to get active, just gonna back on up. Was invited to some nades, and lead is gonna fall. Chewy with the good one on through, so that's gonna back Cabal way up in their spawn, having to regroup pretty hard, trying to find a kill just to get things under control.
They are able to push up into Alpha. I'm surprised Unreal didn't push in to grab some better map control on OBJ. And now Kliz just waiting to strike on objective. Poison here sliding through security, waiting for a push, but nothing coming just yet. Dark here waiting for the push out, though. They're waiting for him this time, not giving chase, and rightfully so. Making a smart move. Cabal still down a man. Pressure is on them to find the trade. Super Season pushing up in a huge 2-piece for Super. My goodness. 3-1 now. They stack up on OBJ. Blue Gatorade trying to get in there for hero mode, but Chewy shutting them down. Super Season with an incredible 2-piece right on Alpha. Keeps this tied up at 4 apiece, and at this point, it's anybody's match.
Oh, we got a ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Unreal Nightmare wants that 2-0 lead as bad as anything else. They're definitely taking it step by step in the moment, not allowing Cabal to try to capitalize on anything, but Blue Gatorade is able to find a first blood. Wevy is finding Dark, who was able to find one before going down, so still a player advantage for,
Come on, Blue.
Cabal.
Wow. Really incredible round for Blue Gatorade. Blue and Dark have been the dynamic duo, it seems, for Cabal in this one, keeping them alive. Chewy now just holding out in the back lane on those patio chairs, just trying to find some semblance of a plan, waiting for a call out perhaps. Blue Gatorade gets spotted on piano. And Cabal, rightfully so, just playing smartly on objective, not getting too aggressive, not going to allow themselves to get picked off one by one. Chewy here has a chance to get the pick. Doesn't see him in the corner. Chewy, what's going on, buddy? Unfortunate there, folks.
Yeah, Chewy, I think he's maybe a little bit low on some of his fruit intake and is thinking maybe I should kind of see what's going on, but we're right back to it. No matter, here you go. You see what happens. Kliz getting that thing done. And you can't trust Codcaster. That's going to be Cabal's round. They get it done. Now they are knocking on map point, evening it up at 1-0. But we've seen them be on map point and not put it away. That's where we're looking now.
Yeah, the pressure all on Cabal here to take the win and bring it to a 1-1 series count. Force that map 4. Poison in the tunnel is going to run into some trouble early as Dark takes him down. But Wevy is waiting for the push, is only able to pick up one, but stops the flank.
Shuts it down. Now you got a 3v3 situation. Cabal with the bomb on the floor. Lead does hear that player now trying to get a reposition, but that Unreal Nightmare just going to back on up and make him play from out of there. Does get the zip line on up without being spotted. Probably heard, however. Kliz, Blue Gatorade, gonna get a couple. Wevy all alone trying to do the most. Cabal, they will convert on map point, and we're back even. It's 1-1.
Solid game from Blue Gatorade and Dark. I gotta give MVP to Dark though for the 3-piece and then the ace to follow it up. Just impressive gameplay from both of those players on the side of Cabal. We do a lot of the heavy lifting, and you see those 9 non-traded kills coming in for Dark, really doing everything to keep their team up. But Blue Gatorade right behind him with about 18 less damage. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than that. Blue Gatorade and Dark do quite literally doing everything for that Cabal squad. Just about everything. I don't want to count out Lieb and company, but still a solid job.
Yeah, definitely battling through this one. You got the map number 2 victory. You get it even, and now all of a sudden we're at a best of 3. The next to 2 maps wins. And you got to think, in a control, you saw Unreal Nightmare win the map. Well, we didn't see it, but they did win the map number 1. And then we did see Cabal take the map number 2. It's going to be interesting. I don't know which way I kind of want to lean. Cabal, I think I like the respawn ability of Unreal Nightmare. I think they got the map number 3.
I'm leaning a little bit towards Unreal. I think I like their fight style. I like their momentum. They play better as a team. Sometimes you can rely on those star players, but at the end of the day, it's not 2-man squads, it's 4-mans. It's how well you can adapt to your gaming. And unfortunately, Unreal Nightmare just couldn't put those rounds together. Sometimes that star power and those gunnies really start hitting and you're in that flow state, but I'm confident in Unreal Nightmare's potential in control.
Yeah, I agree. It's a back and forth mode, and you got to be on top of your rotations. You got to make sure that you have lives in mind as well. Keeping that in check is a big advantage for you. On defense, it's a lot more of a factor because you can't, get away with ticks. You can only get so far on that. And if you're not on top of lives defensively, you could lose out to that. And we've seen it happen, especially on certain maps like Vault. Protocol, we don't see it as much, can certainly happen, but you got to make sure you have them in check.
Yeah, exactly. As we are all tied at 1 here, I have a feeling we could see Unreal Nightmare take it in a 3-1, but if we go all the way to game 5, we get back to that search and destroy, and Cabal can play like the way they did in this one. It's going to be an interesting series regardless. I ain't making too many predictions because I've been wrong too many times, but that's just how it goes.
Yeah, so we're just going to get this sorted out a little bit. We're going to toss it to a quick break. When we come back, map number 3 control will be on the way.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back. My name is Big Rich X. I'm joined by Shake in the booth. Shake, how you feeling this fine evening?
Feel pretty good, man. Just ready to get after some Call of Duty. These teams locked in a 1-1 battle headed into the control in losers finals. I don't think we're in for a short one. You mentioned the map number 5. I think we very well could get there, but it's going to start here. The map number 3, protocol control. Defensive friend, if you ask me. That B site is just so darn open, and it's hard offensively to try to get really an overwatch, whereas the A site, you can control one of those top buildings, then you feel like maybe you have a shot. But B, that's just kind of mixy to try to get down in there and have someone effectively watch over.
Yeah, it's a bit of a no man's land, unfortunately. Those overhangs from the castle parapets can be quite difficult, like attacking a castle of old. Bullets, not arrows, being slung upon you as you try to capture that precious Bravo site. As shots being fired early, Cabal getting the early advantage in lives, but we're just at the beginning of this one as Bravo slowly being capped. As Cabal tries to get set up on defense, they're able to clear it out and doing a good job so far on the gunny. Slaying out early. Blue Gatorade, especially a 3-0 start. Not anything to write home about, but still a solid job.
It's solid, and you'll take it defensively, just trying to gain some map pressure, try to push Unreal Nightmare as far back as possible. And I don't hate that offensive tactic to just try to hit out B early, get as much done as you possibly can, and worry about A later. And that is dealt with in the moment at that A site, but you do have 2 players stacking B, and now Cabal is trying to regroup.
Yeah, and can't exactly tell how much progress is being made on Bravo. I believe the colors are both gray, so it makes it a tad confusing on our end, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Either way, on Alpha, 19-19 in lives. Unreal has been able to keep it even. Lead with a nice double. Blue Gatorade clean it up, and that's a 3-piece in the feed for Cabal. So they should be able to get solid map control and keep applying the pressure to Unreal Nightmare, keeping them in their spawn. But Wevy, Chewy, grabbing some kills, making it a 3-piece of their own as they start to be the aggressors.
Get back to the control, so no panic alarms yet, Rich. We're rolling.
Unreal Nightmare able to take round 1, it would seem, on the attack, surprisingly enough, as they are now on defense. Should be able to get an easy win. Unfortunately, we did not get to see them take the Bravo objective, but they showed it can be done as Cabal tries to make some progress towards Alpha, but Dark able to get the double. It's not enough to bring them into the lead in lives. Unreal Nightmare playing a little ring around the rosy on that mid gun turret, but unfortunately it's ashes. Everybody's going to be falling down. Progress bar being filled at Alpha, but will it be enough as Unreal Nightmare starts to lay down the lead? 21-16 now in lives. Pressure being applied to Cabal, and they are not shining too bright as Wevy sends him back down the elevator shaft. Unfortunate there, to say the least.
Yeah, that's a good read out of Wevy. I was like, oh, Lead may have a line here to get something going in the backside, but Wevy read it like a book. And now if you're Cabal trying to funnel through mid, not a fun spot to be. And all these players for Unreal Nightmare are just everywhere you look. And there's less than 10 seconds for you to try to get to this hill and try to stop that clock. You do for a moment, but that's going to do it, to the tune of a 2-0 lead for Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, and Unreal Nightmare still finishing with 17 lives on the docket. Cabal only with the 7, so that should tell you enough right there, especially on defense, how different these two teams reacted. Cabal was struggling to keep it even with Unreal all throughout, this this control, and we see it put fully on display front and center. With a 17-7 difference, it's nigh impossible to come back. Granted, you get a lucky team wipe here and there, it can happen, but Unreal Nightmare is shooting and just dominating so far. As you see, Wevy with a 5 objective score, playing the objectives well, and the ball is just trying to play catch up at this point. They're down 2-0. They got to make something happen here, Shake.
Absolutely. You don't want to go to series point with it not being in your favor for Cabal. There's still some room left for you to wiggle, but I'll tell you what, you feel like you're fighting in a phone booth right now against Unreal Nightmare, and they just keep delivering. Poison and Co. gonna find a few more entry onto both hills yet again, and Cabal trying to do some damage control.
Yeah, exactly. I could not have said it better myself, but don't call Kyrie Zane and company just yet. The damage control is still minimal. Cabal only down by 1, but need to stack up on objectives. Make sure they keep Alpha clear. Bravo can be cleared relatively easily, but Alpha should be your primary focus, as we do see some progress has been made at A, at least according to the match highlights, but we don't see that progress bar, unfortunately. Unreal Nightmare, though, putting in the work over towards Alpha early.
To get the job done. B, you do get a tick of progress over there, and it just looks like things are flowing for Unreal Nightmare at the moment. Now getting some presence onto the A site as well. And Cabal's all over towards B. You did clear that out and got some of those kills, but now you're going to have to work yet again, and you're getting cut down. 1 player left alive, and that's Lieb. Luckily is able to find one before Super Season goes on to his 3 spree, and this is not what you want. You don't want Super back in your spawn. Thankfully you deal with him, but so much is going on, and not just on one hill, but both.
And Alpha does get secured. Bravo now in contention. 14 lives remaining for both sides. Cabal fighting to stay alive in this control. Blue Gatorade with the 1 on Super, able to at least tilt it somewhat in their favor. Chew able to get the trade out. And again, these teams have been dueling it back and forth, left, right, and center, trying to gain an upper hand in this control. Unreal leads 2-0. A solid purple streak in the feed, but Chewy is there to break it apart. It's anybody's match thus far, but I think Cabal has a slight advantage here, Shake, in the closing moments of this control matchup.
It's only a slim lead in lives, but it is their advantage at the moment. That clock, there's about a minute left, but you need to keep working those kills down. Unreal Nightmare, but only left to 5 lives, and an unfortunate teammate is gonna help that cause for Cabal. So Unreal Nightmare a little bit on the back foot. No respawns remaining, less than a minute left to try to get B.
Yeah, you gotta be careful here. Cabal, unfortunately, just dominant throughout, but, you know, Unreal Nightmare might get lucky, and unfortunately, the caster curse comes in at the worst time as all of their lives get depleted. Cabal stays alive for just a little bit longer, so we will not be seeing the conclusion of this control just yet, but with how dominant Unreal Nightmare was on defense, Cabal has got to really step up their gunfights in their attack rounds if they want to stay up in this control.
It's going to take some good work out of Cabal to keep this thing right on rolling. It's not over for them. They got that little bit of respite there. Now they have a chance to extend this thing to around number 5. I think they may have a chance to do that. It is difficult on offense, but if they can stay on top of the lives, they have a good shot.
Yeah, exactly. They have to, like you said, play their life smart. Don't just carelessly throw them away. Don't let Unreal continuously stack feeds against you, because then they're just going to see that momentum carry. But with Wevy and Poison grabbing the first 2 kills, not looking too good. Just off the offset, Cabal might be in a bit of a pickle here as Unreal Nightmare just continues to show up and slay out.
Pinned in their spawn building, doing a good job just trying to get kills so they can get some space and some time to work on this map. But Poison, he's going to be in your spawn making things a living hell for you, and this is not what you wanted offensively to start things for the side of Cabal. and that B progress he had is getting worked away now by Wevy. He does have information that one, if not both players are down here, but Kliz and the double chow come through, so Cabal now have a chance to potentially make a play towards B, but Unreal Nightmare, they're all over the place now. That's the thing with this control map. It's not that big. Rotations are easy.
Yeah, exactly. And Cabal's doing a better job than they were on their last attack round and keeping lives relatively close, relatively even. However, their progress is struggling. Unreal Nightmare has done a phenomenal job on defense, just keeping Cabal off the hills. They haven't necessarily needed to slay out. They're just all up in their spawn, and Cabal can't even get to OBJ in time to stop the clock. Already 20 seconds is left on the clock. Cabal has got to find a way to sprint onto OBJ, but Webby and company aren't allowing it, Shake, and we start to see Cabal collapse here.
No, 4 dead. Now you're in your spawn and you're dying back there as well. That could just be all about she wrote. You do have Blue Gatorade up push, so maybe he can get a kill to try to get them out and stop the time so they can try to figure something out. But no, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to sign off on the map a 3-1 victory for Unreal Nightmare.
Unfortunate there, to say the least, as Unreal Nightmare goes to work. 21 non-traded kills for Super Season. Again, going a bit Super Saiyan, as Unreal Nightmare will take the 2-1 lead, as we're going to be hopping immediately into map 4. We have no time to dilly or dally. We're going to get everything set and situated in just a moment. We have back-to-back vault matches. I'm getting word from production. We still have some time, so I'm getting a little ahead of myself, folks, so apologies. But either way, we got back-to-back vaults should this go to a round 5 for the search and destroy. But we got hardpoint first, and I got to give the edge to Unreal Nightmare in these respawn modes. And I understand why teams prioritize respawn modes, because if you end up going all the way to a search and destroy, I mean, you really don't need to, because if you win your hard points and your controls, you'll be fine. But therein lies the trouble. That is Cabal's strong suit. So if Cabal can find some semblance, get that score a little closer than the 250-204 finish we unfortunately didn't get to see, this could go their way. But a lot still on the line as we get everything set and situated. Vault coming up next. A bit of verticality in this one, not nearly as much as Protocol, it would seem, but still a very fun map to cast and a very fun map to play on.
Yeah, P1, that's a mix fest. You're really just trying to scrape together as much hill time as possible. P2 can be a lockdown if you can get those back spawns for yourselves. P3, another mix fest. You're not worried about time. Primarily what you're trying to do is set yourself up so you can get that money hill on that P4, which is one of the harder hills to break in this entire game. So that's definitely where a lot of teams are going to be focusing after that P2 rotation is done. You're not going to see a whole lot of focus towards P3. You'll see some mid actions out of the sub because you want to get some points, but setting up P4 long game.
Yeah, exactly. And Webby with a nice double to start things off. Super Season and company having a solid kickoff, but Dark is going to be your highlight for Cabal. Him and Blue Gatorade have been shining stars for Cabal. Kliz and Leap have had their moments too. It's just more times than not I'm seeing Blue Gatorade and Dark pop up in the feed. On the right side, I should say, as Cabal are able to take the lead on the P1. Chewy and Webby with some back-to-back headshots. Unreal Nightmare, Cabal, they're duking it out. They're going at it. This is going to be a close hard point. I just got a feeling.
Yeah, definitely looking like it so far. Trades all over the place. The scoreline is pretty close. You do have control of it if you're Unreal Nightmare, and Cabal is going to mostly be funneling through that backside, but you do get a good kill from Dark, so now that's going to set them up well for this P2 as well. Looking to lock down so they can get that advantage and get some lead.
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta, pad your lead a little bit, and these early hills is a good test of where teams are standing. Luckily, it's still relatively even thus far. They, are trading out hills fairly regularly. Cabal able to tie things up at 16 apiece, and now Unreal just trying to find a way to punch through.
They do just that, but can they hold on for the rest of this time? It could be so valuable for them. Great gunfight win out of Kliz. He's going to get one more player left on the hill. His teammate Lieb is going to pick that up. Now to the back line they look. Gets traded out immediately. Reinforcements come on through the front and to the side. So Cabal going to be able to lock down the rest of that scrap. Into P3 we go. Hardly any difference between these two teams. Kliz making that play up towards top, gets the clear out on B Street on the palm, and this could be a good setup for Cabal, although Unreal Nightmare could get some early time.
Yeah, definitely could find some time, but Cabal still not really finding that significant lead where we want to see from them, or that if at least I was them, that I'd want them to have, just to give themselves a bit of cushion against this onslaught from Unreal Nightmare. So we rotate on over to the P3. The P4 is the big money hill in this one, though, Shake, and I think teams are going to be prepping for that a little early, like we've seen in this bracket and like we see throughout this if you're playing hardpoint. If you can get on that P4, set up 2 or 3 people on either side and get set and situated, you can get a solid hold on that P4. Either way, Unreal Nightmare taking a 15-point lead as Cabal struggles to punch through.
And that was a great work through on that long street for Unreal Nightmare. They get a lot of hill time, and they're also firmly in control of the back. Poison is on the P4, and you got Chewy trying to lock down that back line. Now going to rotate on over. Don't need to reinforce that top art area as much, considering they probably have information that most of the Cabal is coming through poolside at the moment. You get a couple of trades to go down. Levy trying to make something happen on top, but there's 2 players locking down in the bottom as well. So you got a lot of work to do to Cabal to break.
Yeah, again, typically you start to see this kind of separation on the second round of hills, but you know, Unreal Nightmare has done it here with about a 48-point differential. Cabal can cut that in half if they can stay up on the hill, but surprisingly, the P4 is broken. And we saw Cabal take it, and now Unreal able to retake, but interestingly enough, we do not often see too many trades on the P4, and a 3-piece in the feed looking for the 4, and Webby gets it.
Ooh.
As Unreal Nightmare just swats Cabal out of there, and they rotate already to P1, and Unreal Nightmare is starting to snowball a bit, and I don't think Cabal has the power to stop it.
Oh no, and super shooting
season.
bodies.
Come on,
He
man.
wants Cabal to know he doesn't think they have a chance either. Chewy finds a 2-piece, make it a 3. My God, give this kid a spree. Now up 105 and 42. Cabal, what can you do in this moment to try to come back? It seems like you have a mountain to climb, and it's named Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cabal either way, as they unfortunately fall down by that 60-point threshold I constantly talk about, or at least mention. They get a nice 3-piece in the feed, but you're fighting for scrap time at this point. You're still down by about 60 after this one. That's a full hill, and then someone with the way Unreal has been playing, it does not seem like Cabal is going to be able to bounce back. It ain't over till it's over, but this differential is going to be tough to, you know, eat away at. We'll try and find out. P2 underway already. An Unreal Nightmare set up with a trophy system set up on the outside, but quickly Cabal able to pick up the spawns and get a 2-piece.
2-piece to his name. Cabal not out of this thing just yet. It seems like they're in a good position to try to lock down this P2. Need to win some of these gunfights, however. Super Season is going to get the break, and now Unreal Nightmare has control around the outside, but the player with the contest does go down. Blue Gatorade luckily is able to find 2, so things aren't going to the complete wayside for Cabal for you at the moment. Unreal Nightmare does have quite a sizable lead. May just lick their wounds, try to get set up P3, P4 side.
Yes, and I just got word from production we will be resetting after the P3, so once those few more moments go down on this P2, we'll get a quick reset on the lobby. But either way, score currently 125-73 in favor of Unreal Nightmare. And I think we'll get a few more ticks on this P3 as we await the reset. But Poison currently hanging out, 2-piece in the feed for Cabal as Unreal Nightmare, you know, struggling a little bit on this rotation, but still with a comfortable lead. Shake.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is they have the comfortable lead. They're set up on the left side of the map. They're going to get a couple of kills on through here. Chewy trying to push through, gets as much time as they possibly can. Leave, gets a good kill through the back line, finds a two-piece, and gets back on that hill. And every second is so precious for Cabal, just trying to work out through this map, mid-map area, but it doesn't pay off for them. Only one player left up.
Yeah, and this is the problem you run into when you find yourself in a 60-point deficit. Even if you get, a solid 30, 40 seconds on the hill, if the Unreal squad punches through and takes that last 20 to 15, it feels like the hill is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you're getting a false summit, like you're climbing a mountain. 140-98, the final score, I believe. We'll just take a few off of there, but we'll get an exact point score for you in just a moment. Shake, a solid start in that hard point for Unreal Nightmare. 138 to 98 is the official reading I'm getting.
Okay, so it looks like that's where we're going to get that reset from. We're going to toss it to just a quick break. When we come back, we'll finish up the map number 4.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that...
And we're back after a quick little reset. Unreal Nightmare needs 112 to win. Cabal needs 152. So about a 40-point game, if my math serves me right. And a 4-piece in the feed for Cabal gets them set up in the right way. They're able to get onto the P1, and well, we'll see if that luck continues as Super Season Company able to punch through.
Punching and fighting. Unreal Nightmare a little bit shorter, a distance to go, and they're lighting up the feed, locking down in the P1 for the rest of this time. Now trying to push out towards the P2. Cabal yet again do have those favorable spawns, but they keep dying in the background. 2 players up. Now they get the closest of spawns, but you do have to worry about Wevy in the back line as this pressure starts to work its way over for Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, finding that pressure, and they have struggled to deal with it, unfortunately. And despite it being relatively close after that P1, Unreal Nightmare needs 40 less points to win than Cabal. So Cabal still got to do a majority of the heavy lifting. They unfortunately cannot hold the P2. Poison, Wevy, Super, everyone grabbing kills. Super on the 4 streak. Just absolutely dominant. Make it a 5, waiting on the outside, playing it and gunning and running and just having a blast on this P2 and a solid 7-1 start after the reset. Super Season having themselves a time, to say the least.
Yeah, he's playing this game to its fullest extent and having a good time doing it at the moment. Cabal trying to lock down their back spawn building and make sure that they can try to get back into this thing and get some time on the P3. Liz is trying to lock down. Did end up losing that positioning in our first set, but not letting that happen now. Cabal trying to get that time on P3. They'll touch first. Unreal Nightmare, though, working their way up the street.
Yeah, and Unreal Nightmare need just about 60 points to put this one away. Again, 112 is the magic number for Unreal Nightmare, and a 2-piece for Super Season with the Hellstorm. What else can Super Season do in this one? Just absolutely dominant. After the reset, I thought maybe potentially Unreal Nightmare would be a little iced after the reset. Maybe had their momentum shifted or shut down, but absolutely not. Behind this 12-2 performance from Super Season, they are starting to cook, to say the least, Shake. My goodness.
Starting to take flight a little bit, some may say. P4 getting ready to roll here. Less than 10 seconds now. Kliz trying to lock down the top. Gets slid up on. Super Season takes care of that. Dark is able to find one, make it 2. PK coming through on Blue Gatorade, so Chewy is able to find another one. Cabal. They do have 2 players in the building. Nobody on the hill just yet. Nothing too secure for them at the moment. Finding a couple of kills. That's going to make things a little bit better. Finally, they get the wipe and they can touch on.
Yeah, and that's a solid break on the P4, but we've seen this P4 broken once before and traded a couple of times, so it isn't fully secure just yet. You see Poison in the back lane, getting picked up, and a solid protection there, as Cabal is able to get a solid defensive hold here and keeping things close. But again, they need 152 as opposed to Unreal Nightmare's 112. Either way, Cabal keeping things interesting on this P4, making it a big money hill that they absolutely need.
Definitely need to sink your teeth into this one. They're getting set up for P1 as well. A little bit of the split spawn comes through, and they may definitely read it with that kill out on the P2 side that they got, knowing that that's where Unreal Nightmare is going to come from now. But it's about getting these kills so they can set up for some decent time on the P1. Unreal Nightmare is going to be there first. Super Season finds the first gunfight, gets traded by Leave. Webby through the top is going to find 2. And now it's Unreal Nightmare's hill with control of top as well.
Yeah, a 3-piece just basically is a full reset as Cabal dealing with some issues on the rotation. Poison trying to stay up on the outside, gets picked up. A 2-piece for Cabal, make it a 3. Look for the 4. Kliz with the 2 streak, cleaning things up, and a solid squad wipe for Cabal as they try to crack it into triple digits first. Unreal Nightmare, though, on the brink of a W. They need just 26 more points, if my math serves me right, and they might be able to pick up 15 of it here. Super Season, though, shot from the heavens. Blue Gatorade to save the day as Cabal cleans up the scrap as we continue here.
Less than 20 seconds needed for Unreal Nightmare to close this thing out in a 3-1 fashion. Locking in on the P2 early is Cabal. It's not over for them just yet. Trades going on in the feed. Leave finding that last one onto Chewy. So that's going to give you some room there. You pick up some kills outside of pool as well. You do lose your back spawn keeper in Kliz, so that's going to be a little bit of an opening for Unreal Nightmare, but the hill's not theirs yet.
No, unfortunately not. Unreal Nightmare now just trying to punch through, get those final few points, need just the sweet 16, trying to find it, punching through. Who else but Dark to hold the line with a 4 streak, standing alone at the hill. Cabal needing just a few more points. They need, I believe, 23 as opposed to the 26 and might be able to get close, but Cabal putting up one heck of a fight towards the finish here. They need just 152. They can't get it on this hill, but they are close, folks.
Yeah, and you only need 16 seconds if you're Unreal Nightmare. P3 is going to be an absolute bang out this entire time. You do have the early presence if you're Unreal Nightmare. Poison in a good spot to try to catch some rotators. Finds one. Couple of shots go down, but nothing falling. Cabal onto the hill, and Unreal Nightmare now has to fight through the front. They take care of the player on the hill, but they get the pinch through mid. Cabal finds that trade. It's theirs for the moment, holding on for the second. Two more players trying to push on through. Unreal Nightmare had the hill. Now Cabal has it. And that's gonna do it. Cabal will take us map 5.
What an effort from Cabal after the reset. I mean, my goodness, found themselves in an insane deficit, was able to win some rotations, get some streaks, and proven yours truly wrong. Blue Gatorade with the best play, Dark, Kliz, Lieb, everyone on the side of Cabal putting in the legwork to force a map number 5 search and destroy, and quite potentially could have handed themselves the win by forcing it into an S&D. We all thought it was going to be Unreal's Nightmares game to lose, and they may have been iced in that one, unfortunately. And a solid job. Cabal punching their ticket, at least for the moment, to a round 5 search and destroy, and it all comes down to this, Shake.
Baby, this is what Call of Duty's all about. We're in the losers finals. Your last chance to punch a ticket to grand. You might as well take it the distance. Cabal, you feel like they can perform in an S&D. They got it done in that first one, but did struggle against SGP. Now, this is not SGP you're playing. I'm aware of that. But Unreal Nightmare, they're no slouches either. They're highly ranked in this league, just like Cabal is. And this is going to be a bang out of a map number 5. And of course, Rich, we're on Vault.
Yeah, going back-to-back vaults. We like to see it. That alpha objective is going to be your main push. Don't forget it, as it is just so much closer for the attackers to get to. There's a lot more cover to work with. On that Bravo push, you had to push through the mid lane or go risk it by palm trees as we get this search and destroy underway. Poison the bomb carrier, search and destroy, map 5. It all comes down to this, folks.
Who's going to assert their dominance early, trying to do it with the bomb plant. You do get the 3 early kills for Unreal Nightmare, setting the tone certainly. Now lead in bottom vault in a 1v4 with the world against him and can't do a single thing. Unreal Nightmare storms the bottom vault and gets the first round.
Just absolutely overwhelmed in the early game from Unreal Nightmare. The Dolphin Dive, we finally get one in the kill cam, and who else but Super Season ripping open the button shirt to reveal a giant S. My goodness. Thank you, Super Season, for the Dolphin Dive kill cam down in Vault. We love to see it. Hopefully we get one more, but those are rare and few and far between, sadly.
Given some fireworks in map number 5. We love to see it. 1-0 lead. Cabal, though, they can hit that regain just as easily as Unreal Nightmare got through. They have the early presence towards that A site. Gonna back Unreal Nightmare up just a little bit. Chewy working around the outside, maybe trying to find one of these players on the flank. Super Season, couple of bullets. The first blood comes through. Chewy is able to find one. Poison finds the second. Now they have a man advantage. Cabal down a player, bomb in hand.
Yeah, quick trade, Dark Poison trading out. Blue Gatorade picking up one. Chewy on the push in a 1v1. Slides up, lays down in the water, and picks up the 2-0 as Unreal Nightmare trying to punch their ticket to the grand finals. And now with a 2-0 lead, got to be feeling pretty comfortable. Just keep doing what you're doing. Jackal PDW and hand Blue Gatorade, unfortunately, gets taken down mid-push.
Yeah, feeling comfortable, but not comfortable like you're at home laying on the couch. Comfortable like you're at the office and you got some maybe some comfortable shoes on. You got
finished your morning emails kind of comfortable.
New cup of coffee, you're locked in for the day kind of comfortable. I like where you're at on that one. The business mentality out of Unreal Nightmare right now, knowing what they need to get done. Yet another aggressive push towards A, and I love how they're playing the search and destroy.
Yeah, they're doing a Real solid job thus far. Wevy gets the opening kill. That first blood is so critical. Kliz with the trade. Now protecting the flank. Wevy, though, on the 2 streak. Wants some more. Can he get the 3? Bobbing and weaving in the palm trees like we're down in Palm Springs. Wevy looking for the nade. Unfortunately, can't find it. Just bobbing and weaving, dodging shots, but don't call Neo in the Matrix just yet. 20 seconds left on the clock. Poison waiting in the corner and striking like a poisonous snake for the 2-piece. Unreal Nightmare. Putting their feet up at the office now. Might just slip on some slippers because they're feeling good in the cubicle and they are slaying out, Shake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I keep some fuzzy Crocs at my desk for when the day gets a little slow. It seems like Unreal Nightmare may be sliding those on at the moment. A 3-0 lead. Job's not finished yet, but they are certainly confident in rolling in this one. There's just not much they've been doing wrong. They've been taking an aggressive push, which is fine if you're winning those gunfights, which for the most part they have been.
Absolutely locked in thus far. 2 streaks for Poison and Wevy. Might be able to stack some up here. Dark pushing up early to Alpha, but again, first blood for Unreal Nightmare. They're able to get the trade out, but Unreal has been striking first. Here comes the push. Poison with the 2-piece wants some more. Shake, this is just diabolical from Unreal.
Cabal down to 1 player. Kliz, the last alive in a 1v3 with that A bomb site all locked down. The bomb is there as well. Unreal Nightmare has that information. Kliz just trying to do anything he can, really. Try to hit a wall bang. Maybe somebody's there. No, they're not. They're just going to back on up for the most part in the back vault and just hold lines of sights ready for the flank. Looking towards backside is Poison, and this is just locked down. This is the Unreal Nightmare penitentiary right now.
Unfortunate for Kliz. You try to push up. You're on the attack. Bomb is in Alpha. I'm sure they realize it. Kliz trying to get the drop down, pushing up and just getting dropped. Unreal Nightmare hooking in. Search and destroy. They're up 4-0. What can Cabal do to find some semblance of their search and destroy game we saw earlier in this series?
They're trying to hit that reset fast, brother, and it's not working. Maybe take the cartridge out and give it a little blow. Make sure there's no dust in there. Only OGs will understand what I'm even talking about with that one. But Unreal Nightmare is up 4-0 and steamrolling through Cabal right now.
Yeah, steamrolling is an understatement, to say the least, folks. Either way, Poison and company, 4 streaks, 3 streaks, 1. Unreal Nightmare getting it done. As finally Cabal grabs the first blood, it's Kliz. They're set up early on Alpha. Here comes the push. Blue Gatorade on the outside with company and cavalry bringing up the rear. Poison now just set up on OBJ, waiting for the push. But it's going to be interesting how Cabal attacks this objective, pushing in aggressive Blue Gatorade. I like it. Will it be enough? Super Season, the last one alive, but Cabal going to be able to grab around, Shake.
Yeah, there you go. First step back completed. You do a good job of retaking that bomb site, and it started with that first blood. So, yes, it is a clutchable situation down 3v4 in bottom vault, especially if you get that bomb down. But you played the pinch well. Blue Gatorade wasn't able to get that 2-piece, but you had the trade right through the back, and you see that lead picking it up. Even if he doesn't, Dark is right there, and that's how you want to play that retake.
Yeah, exactly. A real solid job thus far from Unreal. But are there any cracks showing? Can Cabal find some semblance of momentum that they seemingly have lost? Really unfortunate for Cabal, or unfortunate for Unreal. They wanted to take the 5-0, maybe a 6-0 as Wevy. Oh no, with the TK, or their self-inflicted grenade, and already putting them at a disadvantage. Not what you want to do, Shake.
Yeah, no, not great. Not how you drew it up by any means. Super Season is going to get you back to 3v3, but Cabal does get the bomb down, so now they have full control of that A site. You don't want to group up too much. Dark made a mess of that when a team did it earlier. Certainly not trying to be on the opposite end of things here.
No, do not want to find yourself in a horrible situation. And now here comes the convergence coming in. Super Season with the 2-piece. It's Ring Around the Rosie, and Super Season with a superior play. The 3-piece bringing out the Strider. Had to use everything in his arsenal, but gets the job done. 5-1 Unreal Nightmare behind Super Season. Superman-esque performance here. My goodness. We'll watch it back in slow motion, and I'm just ready to watch it yet again.
Ping, 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 ping. Gets it done. He's going Super Saiyan God mode at this point. He's been lighting it up all series. And the way he's been playing, if they're able to put this map 5 away, which certainly you'd hope they aren't going to let go of this one, Super Season has to be feeling great rolling into that grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, feeling pretty darn good. Super Season really doing the heavy lifting for you, but a solid team effort throughout for Unreal Nightmare. All but over for Cabal, barring any crazy plays or, you know, dark aces perhaps, but Super Season with the first blood again, setting them up for success. Chewy taking down Dark, and now a 4v2. Kliz and Lieb now have to find some semblance of a clutch factor to bring this one home for Cabal and keep them alive for at least a little bit longer in this search and destroy. 24 seconds left on the clock as Chewy picks up one. Kliz left all alone in a 1v4 shake.
Yeah, left all by himself. Can he find anybody? No, he will not. Snap of the fingers, it seemed inevitable. A 6-1 victory. Unreal Nightmare will punch their ticket to the grand finals and a date with SGP.
And very fun fact here, folks. You know how I was talking about how SGP only dropped one map this entire bracket? Well, guess which team handed them that one and only L? Unreal Nightmare. So can Unreal Nightmare find that magic again, defeat the seemingly undefeatable SGP in 2 back-to-back series? Because they're going to have some Herculean, near Atlas-like levels of strength and determination if they want to take down SGP.
It's going to be interesting to see how this one rolls. That's going to do it for me in the booth tonight. I'm signing off. Rich, he's going to stay, and Graf is going to come on and finish the night out. Appreciate everybody that was hanging out in chat. Love you guys. Rich, it was a pleasure casting with you yet again, brother. Shout out Zane and Piath in the booth, holding it down production side. As always, shout out U18 and Gamer X Society for sponsoring the tournament and Cabal for hosting. I'll see you guys next week. We're going to toss it to a quick break. When we come back, it's Graf and Rich for the grand finals.
Woo! Let's do it.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my God, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the odds as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss out car shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big. as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lur's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, Got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the U18 and skill. He's still peeking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in dim. Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this. Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's Alex, and then he gets the. But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance. Use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at
Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
Here we go, folks. You have waited many a times. There has been hours and hours of Call of Duty content this fine December weekend, but it has all led to this, the grand finals. Unreal Nightmare trying to take down the nearly undefeated SGP. I say nearly, they did sweep through and get to Grand's liggity split, no problem. But they did drop one map, and it was to this Unreal Nightmare squad. I am joined by the gracious, the great, and the grand Graph in the booth as we get things set up and situated for map 1. It's going to be a fun time, Graph. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, we've got a pretty interesting map 1. Hacienda Hardpoint is going to be where we begin. That's one we haven't really seen all tournament, I want to say. Or at least on stream we haven't, and that's going to be one that's a little bit different for these teams. Something maybe new for all of them that they haven't really had to deal with this tournament either. So it could be that, Unreal Nightmares are throwing in a wild card to try and mess with SGP. I know they, in the previous series, only won the hard point on Vault, and it looks like we won't be seeing that either. So a little bit of adaptation from both of these teams in the vetoes to try and get some leg up on the competition.
Indubitably, Graph. As we get everything set and situated at our end, I just want to give a huge shout out to our production throughout the weekend, to everyone who has assisted us in making us, 1, sound great, 2, look great, if I do say so myself, and 3, make the stream look great. Thank you to GamerX Society for sponsoring this cup. We really do appreciate it. And for Cabal for hosting it. Sadly, we do not see them in the grand finals. They get taken out right at the last second in a thriller of a 3-2 matchup against Unreal. But hopefully they got a lot of VOD to review to learn for the next one. Either way, going to be a fun time as we load into Hacienda. My first time casting it for U18 this weekend. I'm very much looking forward to see how these teams play on this, quite frankly, iconic Call of Duty map.
Yeah, it'll be especially interesting for SGP. We got an update not long before the series began that they have an emergency substitution in between the winners finals and the grand finals. It's Secret for Nate. So potentially a good bit of a mix-up, especially with how different the vetoes are, that could play to their favor. But having someone come in potentially cold, potentially not fully prepared, that's an opportunity for Unreal Nightmares to potentially get a quick start here on map 1, and away we go. Initial spawns go the way of SGP to try and get that first touch, but it's a lot of positioning so far for this first hardpoint, trying to get that main control, and a great chow there from Poison to get a bit of early control for Unreal Nightmares. They'll be the first ones to touch the points, but they're reading the spawns well. Poison going to get collateral, though, through that wall. The Unreal Nightmares will be broken. It's Sovereign with 2 and a nice shot from Secret. He's subbing in and he's hot already, 2-1, as they hit the point strong and take an early lead.
Yeah, real solid job from Busy on the 3-streak. Secret locking down on the hill, able to take the lead away from Unreal Nightmare, as slim as it is. You know, we're only on the P1, but things looking good so far for SGP as they continue to set themselves up for success. Looking to rotate early to the P2, but Unreal Nightmare is already there waiting to strike and start stacking up some points on their own.
Poison under fire, trying to hold down P2, gets a lot of help from his team. But a team kill from Poison is going to let that break be a little bit easier. SGP, they claim their stake on the point, as Busy still continues to try and hold this one down. Finds a good challenge. It's Sovereign to grab that kill. But even still, SGP, their rotations have been one of the strongest things they've done all tournament. And it looks to continue being that way. Still a contest on the point, but a great shot from Sovereign. Will get traded out. A couple from Wevy and Choi will flip the point for Unreal Nightmare as they claim for now. But as we wait for this P3 rotation, it's a matter of scrap for now. SGP, they look like they're ready. They look like they're in position. And this is just what this team does so well. They have the side angle from high to really maintain that control. Shots in the back come through, and it's just all SGP in the kill feed.
Yeah, a real solid job waiting and picking up those rotations as they take the lead and, or excuse me, maintain the lead as we continue here on the P3 Super Season. Trying to go super, but unfortunately Sovereign with the 2-streak is going to halt that push. Solid protection from the outside. Sovereign doing a solid job up top. Can't quite keep it going, but a really solid start on this P3 for SGP.
There's a lot of just gunning back and forth. SGP seems to be coming out on ahead of it for the most part. Super Season's having a great map for himself so far, but Busy is the real slayer, at least so far on this hard point. It looks like Unreal Nightmares, for the most part, are getting more kills, but the hill time has not quite gone their way just yet. Wevy under fire will get taken down there by Sovereign. Still looking for more, but that P4 rotation is already underway for Unreal Nightmare. They have a lot of positioning for it, and a couple kills on the back end is going to make it just that little bit easier to soak up that time. Sovereign with another great pickup. And it's just going to have to be a frontal assault, all from the same direction. They're all spawning in the same spot. They try to funnel through. What can they find is the question. Hyde with the pixel angle tries to push forwards, but he'll be shut down. Unreal Nightmares. They stand firm on this P4, and they lock it down.
Yeah, a real solid job from Unreal Nightmares. They start to run away with just a slight lead. Nothing too crazy yet. It is currently being contested as SGP tries to clean up some of the scrap. Hyde dealing with some pressure. Around the rocks we go. Hyde sliding in, still contested. And now Sovereign, Busy and company grabbing a 3-piece. Should be able to pick up a decent amount of scrap here and keep this one close. But a valiant effort from Unreal Nightmare to take that lead, but we're rotating back to the P1 already, and we're still all tied up. We're only a 3-point differential between these two squads.
Yeah, very short rotation from P4 to P1, but it's one you have to get nonetheless. Sovereign, one player behind him. He's going to be able to grab a shot regardless. Poison is able to grab a couple from behind on that long flank. Hyde still maintaining control of these upper rafters, maintaining that overlook onto P1 as Hyde still has to be the firm bastion. SGP soaking up this time for now, but his position is critical. Him and Secret are the two main bastions of this P1 hold, and if they fall, everything else will follow. But Hyde is the man of the hour. He's going to grab a couple there to keep this point firmly in the hands of SGP, but a couple kills the other way. Unreal Nightmare, they're knocking on the door. They want some points from this P1 as well, but they can't quite do so just yet, as it's going to be another P2 rotation on deck for them. They've got the spawns for it. They just need to hold on to that for now.
Yeah, they're doing a real solid job so far on their P1 and their rotations. Unreal Nightmare keeping it close, getting some solid 3 pieces in the feed, make it a 4 on the team wipe there, so the P2 should be set up fully in favor of Unreal, but we'll see if SGP can do what they have really been doing best in their hard points, and that's punch through, reset, and really break this hill down. SGP trying to get set up, but it takes a while to cross this Hacienda map.
Yeah, Hyde from the side will grab That first pickup, dangerous gunfight, but Busy makes it out regardless. But look at the kill feed. It's just all Unreal Nightmares for now. Can Blizzy have something to say about it? Yes, he can. All by is lonesome. He'll try to hold on, but Super Season will find that trade. Another big pickup from Hyde, though, on the back end of that hard point. Still, not a lot of time left. It's mostly scrap for now, but they're still going to fight for it. A lot of play still in this map, and it's still up just a little bit for SGP. 10 points is all they need to hold on to for now as they make this P3 rotate. The longest rotate for any 2 hardpoints on this map. And that's going to be a big one to find. They get gifted a lot of this space for free. And they're somehow the first team to really lay claim to this P3.
Yeah, they're just doing a great job, you know, busy in the kill feed, getting busy with it, and just slaying up and showing out. Sovereign able to pick up 1, but it's mostly Unreal on the trades, as, again, Unreal been playing catch-up for a majority of this matchup. Should be able to get the lead here if they can hold. Quickly contested, kills going slightly in favor of Unreal. Once again contested, trying to stay up and finally getting on Hill, but this Hill is being traded back, left, right, and center, and no one team taking a definitive hold. Not yet, anyways.
Super Season going to grab a couple before getting traded down. It's Unreal Nightmares lighting up the feed. They'll be able to grab the rest of the scrap, but now it's time to head back over to P4. It's Hyde in position on the overlook, able to slay down 1. Still looking for more, though, on the hard point is Poison. He'll grab the first kill, but under siege, and he'll be taken down. It'll be Sovereign to find that one, and now it's going to have to be Unreal Nightmares. They have to break this P4. It can be a bit of a money hill sometimes, but it can get pretty mixy. They're in a great position to make this hit happen, but in goes 1 a little too quickly as Wevy going to grab 1, looking for a second. You better believe he can hit that one as he'll flip the point all on his lonesome. Trophy still up as Sovereign and the rest of SGP going to look to rotate forwards. They find the contest, and they find the hill for the moment. Super Season will be taken down, and they'll tie us back up at 146, or apologies, 164, and Sovereign continues to slay out.
Yeah, a really solid job from SGP, Sovereign included, but I got to give the hype to Busy at 29 and 19, going for the 30 bomb. Same with Hyde and Secret. Unfortunately, the 12-25, 49-second hill time. Everyone else grabbing a minute. Falling behind a bit, but not too detrimental that you're harming your team too much. But hopefully they can pick up their rotations and gameplay a bit better in the search and destroy. Either way, SGP about to crack into the 200 mark as we get set up for yet another round of rotations. P1 well underway as SGP firmly in control.
That's going to be Wevy, the first one to try a challenge, but he does it a little too greedily. Not enough of an overlook as Hyde will wipe out that player up there. Choi, I believe it was, as now in come the rest of Unreal Nightmares. They have time for 1 more hit. Busy's going to get 1 there onto Wevy. Still looking for more onto the point. Choi's going to grab 1, but that overlook is just so strong. He's going to get completely pincered as Sovereign still has to try and make something of it. They're just going to touch for the time for now. 123 on the board for SGP. They're going to look to end it here on P2. They don't quite have the initial rotates as Poison and Choi will lock that down for now. They forfeit the rest of the scrap. Only 21 points remain between SGP and a map 1 win.
Yeah, I think that was a real fault on Unreal Nightmare, allowing so much points on a P1. I mean, P1's exposed from pretty much every possible angle, minimal cover, and you give up a solid chunk of points, and now you find yourself down by close to 50, struggling to catch up. You lock down this P2, but for how long? You only got a 2-stack on there, and here comes the full force of SGP pushing in. Shui able to grab 1. Busy now rotating up, checking corners. Should get something, but can't quite do it. Poison Super Season, prove me wrong and make me eat my words right then and there as they hold the line for Unreal Nightmare and should make this one a lot closer than I was earlier predicting.
Yeah, it's going to be Unreal Nightmares, more or less evening up the scores. It's going to be SGP heading for this P3 rotate as they do clear out a lot of Unreal Nightmares. They elect to leave P2 early. They sort of have to. They'll have time for 1, maybe 2 chows on this new point. So we're going to grab 1. That's a big piece to find. It's going to reset the respawns once again as they stay deep to hold the spawns. Good contest here from Super Season to try and keep them off of time, but he needs to do a lot more than that. He gets a little bit of help, but he does it all his own. still able to find the contestant. It's just a wipe through from Unreal Nightmares on the P3. In come the rotations one more time. Sovereign's going to get a nade straight at his feet, and he'll go down in the process. Still busy on the back end, still looking to close this out on the P3, but Unreal Nightmares, they fully tie the score. Still looking for more. They want to end it here all of a sudden. They're the ones knocking at the door. Hyde grabs another, but it's on to Super Season. On the point, he'll grab one. Still looking for more. Does get traded down as the point, Mixie as ever, will continue to swap hands. 140, 140 reset. You could not ask for a closer one than this.
And it scores 240 as SGP rotate a little early, can't quite get it. And now Unreal Nightmare 10 points away. SGP trying to get there in time. 245 and climbing. Sovereign and Busy going to work, contest, and Sovereign for the two-piece, and Busy there to follow up in a 250, 246 instant classic on Hacienda. And that's just the opening round of this grand finals. What a finish for SGP.
I mean, you know what? As much as before this we were talking about, you know, SGP is the real team to beat, Unreal Nightmares coming off of a previous loss to them may be feeling the hurt a little bit, but the thing we didn't really discuss too much, Unreal Nightmares, they're coming out of a hot losers bracket run, taking down team after team, and they're looking to do the same to SGP. A huge map 1 win. They're going to try and get ever closer to this bracket reset.
Yeah, I really think they are, but unfortunately they have a bit longer of a road than they were planning, as they unfortunately dropped the hard point in round 1. Granted, if SGP wins 3-0 outright, then we're not going to the second bracket reset, and that's Unreal Nightmares' hopes dashed away as SGP is able to knock them down in a fairly close hardpoint matchup, but a win is a win is a win, period. And SGP is a clear-cut W holder so far. We're going to Search and Destroy next. We've seen Unreal Nightmare have some phenomenal Search and Destroy, but SGP is just that much better. I've seen some very, very good teams. SGP is very, very tough to beat in Search and Destroy, Graph.
Yeah, but we did see Unreal Nightmares do it against them in the last series. Granted, that was on Vault instead of Skyline, which we're heading to next, but, you know, that was the previous map that they were able to beat this team, and at least before, it was much more disparate on the hard points, on the controls, on all those respawns, where they were getting completely shredded, where this time, they're coming... Even if they lose that map 1, they're feeling good on the side of Unreal Nightmares. They really took it to that... I mean, they took it to them. And even if they don't come out with the win, that momentum is still there. SGP, you know, I think they're feeling the nerves a little bit. I think they're really starting to sink in that, hey, we almost just got a pretty big comeback dropped on us on Hardpoint. And they're going to really need to lock down this S&D. If they are, they're in the driver's seat of this series, and they've got... you know, a lot less between them and a cup.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's more of a clutch factor right there. Ice in their veins, able to push through, get a solid 2 streak out of 2 players to take over the hill and clutch up. So granted, they might have some nerves, but they are chilled to the bone. I mean, you crumble there in a scene like that. You're not able to flick as quickly. You know, you miss a shot or two and it's over. I mean, it's only a 4-point differential. Nerves have no place in a grand finals match. You got to wait in between rounds, take a breath, recuperate, and again, take it round by round, take it point by point. If you're Unreal Nightmare, do not let this loss get to you. As close as it was, keep making it close. Keep applying that pressure. Keep attempting to break those nerves, because one missed shot, one missed throw on a grenade, one missed rotation can sometimes make or break in a grand finals match, and especially in the U18. Some of these players have a bunch of experience, even in the the U18, just starting off on their pro journey. But you're still prone to mistakes. Every player has a bad day. Every player has a bad game. Can they find it here? We're about to find out, Graph, as we get the Search and Destroy underway.
Yeah, initially SGP, that's a couple nice shots from Unreal Nightmare to get an early advantage. Pulling back 1, though, is Sovereign. Still, they need more. Super Season going to trade back that kill onto Sovereign as just hide now in the blink of an eye down to a 1v3, and that bomb is further from his grasp than it could possibly be. As Unreal Nightmare, a convincing round 1.
Yeah, a solid job, and what we needed to see from them to bounce back after the close losses. Again, winning that first round, getting your shots, winning your gunfights, and just playing smart Call of Duty and rotating appropriately and picking up your kills on Skyline, as it can be a bit of a tricky map with those security tunnels.
Yeah, there's a lot of alternate routes, a lot of potential flank angles, but, you know, I mean, at least in that first round, we didn't really see any of them used. It was just Unreal Nightmares finding their shots and finding that initial advantage, and they just took that to the bank. So it'll be interesting to see if we really have any initial gunfights again. I mean, Unreal Nightmare is already able to find 1, 2, and 3. And you know what? Down to Sovereign. You got to start thinking about the next round. Sovereign finds 1. He'll add a little bit of insult to injury. But the real insult is Unreal Nightmares being underestimated as they take 2 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was counting them down and out for the count, as Chewy here is able to pick up the kill. Sovereign was being a little toxic, taking down the bodies. And I mean, in a 1v4, I get it. You don't really think you're going to be able to clutch up, but you got to have the attempt there. You're going for the toxicity, and you're lighting a fire under Unreal Nightmare that's already there. They're hungry. They want some more. SGP, I think, is a bit overconfident in this one, and I might have hyped them up a bit too much, but either way, still a lot of search and destroy to be had. Mad dash towards Alpha as we get round 3 underway.
Yeah, like you said, Mad Dash to Alpha, but Poison on a decent flank timing does get shot down. It's going to be a trade onto Busy from Super Season to keep it 3 for 3. But SGP with the bomb plant down will flip the timer in their favor. Secret, how have you gotten out of that alive? As Choi will find Sovereign as well. So it's going to be a 3v2 post-plant scenario for Unreal Nightmare to try and pull even further ahead. And Wevy gonna have a great start to that one. Sovereign, he's got a chance in this one with the bomb down, but he needs a lot, and he's not gonna be able to find it. Unreal Nightmare, they just look untouchable on S&D so far.
Yeah, I'm left a bit confused and upset with SGP. We've seen them absolutely dominate throughout this tournament, and all of a sudden in the Search and Destroy Grand Finals, they're down 3-0. They could be doing an old bait and switch, trying to hustle this Unreal Nightmare squad, giving them a false sense of confidence, but at the end of the day, don't play with your food, just get it done and finished with. But either way, Unreal Nightmare currently leading 3-0, and SGP's just got to find an answer here, just start taking this a bit more seriously. I am at a loss for words, and as a professional yapper, that's not good.
Yeah, I'll agree with that one. It's really only Sovereign that's been doing too much so far for SGP. They need to just find these shots a little better. I think their initial positioning is not as sound as it could have been, especially for an S&D, but the initial play from Unreal Nightmares will bring them all the way. They go around the loop, and one of them gets picked off in the process. It's Choi, the first one to fall, and the first time SGP has a real advantage that they can try and capitalize on. Deep through the positioning, Super Season, very far forwards towards this A side, trying to find a timing on a Sovereign. Can he do it is the question. As still, the plant faked for a moment. A trade back and forth. This is what Unreal Nightmares was hoping for, but it's Hyde. Not really in a great position. Unreal Nightmares, as much as that trade benefited them with a little bit of space, the numbers continue to dwindle.
Yeah, 3v2. SGP has the numbers advantage. Rotating up. Busy able to get one. Quickly traded out. Poison left all alone. Dropped to 9 HP. Trying to stay alive. Gonna take the zip line up in a bold move. Unfortunately, does not pay off. You're at 9 HP and you're aggressively pushing up. Granted, I know time was running out and whatnot. You got to make your move, but still, give yourself a few moments to collect yourself. But either way, a solid W for SGP and a much-needed one as they halt the momentum, at least for now, for Unreal.
And I think that's the round where some of these SGP players really start to wake up. I think we started to see that same SGP we saw both throughout this entire tournament and on map 1 there. As Unreal Nightmares, they had a solid strategy, but I think they just kept getting picked off one after the other. So now with SGP on offense, going to be an opportunity for them to really get back into this one. Poison almost finds one there on the nade, but the flak jacket is a little bit too tightly bound to the chest, as it will be Secret trying to make something happen here on towards this A. Has the bomb in his hand, but he'll left in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, now 1v2. Secret has potential here. I mean, a 1v3 is a lot more daunting than a 1v2. If you can get another quick pick, and currently these players are playing a bit separate, Secret going to be a little dangerous on the vents. Got to be careful on that fall damage, but either way, going to regen. Got to be careful of poison lurking down below on Alpha. Chewy just waiting out. And now Unreal Nightmare growing a little impatient, starting to try and track down Secret, and it's a bit of a bamboozle here. Rotating up towards Alpha, trying to go for the plant now. This is a bit of a dangerous move, but should have time. And here comes Unreal on the push. Secret's got to get out of there, eat some damage, but is able to stay up, Graf.
Yeah, 13 HP, but he's just going to get pincered from both ends. An Unreal Nightmare. They once again showcase their dominance of S&D. That time, a little bit tumultuous, but in the end, it looks like they had it under control for most of that round. So, Unreal Nightmare is 4-1, couple rounds away from tying us right back up in the series.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare doing a very solid job in their search and destroy gameplay and their gunfights. A solid team push, by the way, from Unreal Nightmare, not stacking up, but instead split pushing around the bar. You got to respect it. I know it's a simple call and it's an easy call, but oftentimes, more often than not, I've seen players stack up in a 1v2 and it has cost them, so I appreciate the split push back towards OBJ. 4-1, Unreal Nightmare trying to just put this SGP squad away and tie things up as they try to find some semblance of the search and destroy game. Secret tries to get the 2Bs but can't quite do it. I did hear an RCXD on the map. We'll see if it gets any kills, Graf.
Don't hear any RCXD for now, so I think it might have gotten broken, or it's waiting in the wings, but a double flank coming through from SGP gets completely shut down as Super Season gonna grab a couple for him to hide. The last one left, an early chow will leave him limping out of that one, but down to a 1v1 it goes. He's got a good amount of time to make this happen, as it's Choi far from the bomb, playing the angle, sees the player, tries to find the shots, but giving away his location now. It's an opportunity. How much can Hyde make happen? He's on the bomb. Choi needs to go. Can he get there in time?
Oh, he doesn't
Can't
have
see
the
it on the side. Doesn't have it. Doesn't have it.
Oh my goodness, Unreal. Unfortunately, you forgot the #1 rule of search and destroy. You forgot to watch the bomb. SGP playing that perfectly, and it is perfectly timed. Hyde able to stay alive with just precious moments before Chewy was about to obliterate him. But an incredible job from SGP to get that timing just right. What a round for SGP.
You know, pros don't fake, as again, SGP with that initial aggression will get the bomb down towards that A side, get that timer started as Hyde in behind a couple of these players, but he's getting flushed out. Can he get away? What an elusive little gremlin he is, and he's gonna maybe fight one off of it. No, does still get shut down in the blink of an eye. Unreal Nightmares. You know, the first commandment may be watch the bomb, but the second one is it doesn't matter if you wipe them off the map.
Yeah, unfortunate there for SGP. Unreal Nightmare gonna take this one, but we're going back to a respawn mode once again. We're going to control after this, and I gotta give the favor to SGP. They've just been so dominant throughout this bracket, and even in this series, to lose a respawn mode. So despite their poor search and destroy gameplay, I think SGP still has a firm grasp on this series. I mean, just they got to the winners finals for a reason and were able to punch their ticket no problem. So Unreal Nightmare still has their work cut out for them in the bracket. If we go to a bracket reset, that is. Either way, round 8 currently underway.
We're going to see a 4-stack through the vents. Getting creative. Unreal Nightmares. Are they going to get shut down into the blender of Hyde? They'll still trade back regardless as Wevy. He'll be taken down by Blitz. As once again, a set play doesn't quite work out, as it's just left to Poison in a 1v3. And they've got a pretty good idea of where he's coming from.
Oh, they converged, going for Dolphin Dive, sliding in. SGP Syndicate shutting it down. And unfortunately, that play got read like a book out of a library. Sovereign and company able to pick up the pieces here. Sliding into tunnel. It's up close and personal. The melee, then the hip fire. Unfortunate there as Unreal Nightmare trying to channel their inner John McClane. Unfortunately, could not say yippee-ki-yay. Either way, round 9 about to begin as SGP sees a dreaded 5-3. We've seen a 5-3 curse once today so far, so definitely not definitely inside the realm of possibility for SGP to bounce back and steal this one away from Unreal. Here we go, Graph. Here we
Ooh.
go.
I hear an RCXD, but it doesn't look like it gets any kills. So it's a lot of positioning already found for SGP. Look at how deep they've already gotten. Unreal Nightmare is forced into a very small amount of space. They try to get the plant down on B, but can't quite do so just yet. But in comes Unreal Nightmare. They grab all the kills, still looking for something that was Sovereign. Needs to be able to pick up one soon to really pull this round back into the realm of possibility. As it's Hyde, the last one left, 1v4, sounded out, spotted down, and it's Unreal Nightmare. They'll force into map 3 at a 1-1 scoreline.
And that will do it. 6-3, Unreal Nightmare able to stay alive and get it done. Chewy with the final kill here as SGP unfortunately collapses in that final round up in the boardroom. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. 6-3, a valiant effort, some fun rounds, some fun gameplay, and unfortunately the secret tunnel play does not work out. And Qatar would be a little upset, I would imagine. Either way, series is all tied up at 1 apiece between SGP and Unreal Nightmare in the grand finals as we set up for Control next. I'm still giving the edge to SGP, mainly because they are so much better in the respawn modes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly how that sort of pans out. I think Super Season was the big exclamation point for Unreal Nightmares on that map. 13-6. I mean, especially on an S&D, that KD really starts to kick in. But, you know, I 100% respect giving that a little bit of an edge to this SGP side, but the only thing that makes me a little scared for them in this bracket reset, that map 5 is Vault S&D. That one can get very dicey very quick, especially because it's something we've already seen Unreal Nightmare beat them on. So they've got to really lock in for these next 2 maps to have to avoid another dreaded S&D, or they could be seeing a second bracket very swiftly.
Well, SGP has not lost more than a single map in a series yet. And again, that was to Unreal Nightmare. We did see that 1 map loss in the earlier upper bracket, but still, SGP is dominant in Control and the hard point. And that's the 2 modes we have up next. It's going to take a lot for Unreal Nightmare to force that map 5 as we get ready and set and situated. We're going to Vault yet again for the evening on Control. We get things loaded up and get everything set and situated on our end. We're loaded up. We're ready. We're raring to go. Graph, I'm leaning on SGP.
I would agree with that one for sure. I think SGP is going to be the main. I mean, they were very obviously heading into this tournament. They were the team to beat. I mean, they were the true, final boss. But Unreal Nightmares, I mean, they really did show. I mean, both on map 1 and winning map 2, that they're here to play. They're not here to roll over and just take that second place with a smile on their face. They really want to give it their all.
100%. I mean, in a grand final situation, you really have to. I know for some players, it's getting late. It's a Sunday night. They may got stuff to do early Monday morning, but at the end of the day, sometimes you gotta have those late nights, burn the midnight oil, and make those sacrifices. Because if you're really wanting to commit to being a pro player and compete in other leagues other than just the U18, and challengers all the way up to potentially the CDL, you're gonna have to give everything you possibly can because it's the upper echelon and you got to start somewhere. And U18 there's no better place to spot, in my professional opinion. They just offer so much in terms of connections, comp play, broadcasts, casters, if I'm allowed to hype myself up, and yours as well, hype up our talents and get some of that, real Call of Duty experience against players at a similar or higher skill level, as Vault Control is going to be a little dicey. But again, SGP really the team to beat in this one. They have not lost. I can't stress that enough. They have not lost more than one map in a series. So if Unreal can do the impossible here, it's going to prove to be interesting and if they can force that map 5.
Yeah, as we get underway, it's going to be SGP first on the attack. Gonna look to try and make something happen. Initial, dangerous situation. Nate gonna get a couple early pickups here, as they're gonna start to get some progress on this more difficult B side. Gonna try and get top art control, but there's a player already waiting there. It's Wevy to shut that down. As still in the back of the site, Choi gonna get taken down though. He had such potential to get more progress onto that A, but in comes the tick towards that A side. And initially, SGP, they look good so far. Again, gonna start the progress on B. Gonna split that attention as Busy. Just gonna be the thorn in the side on this site. Wevy will finally take him down. As still, it's gonna be the full A already taken for SGP, and they are more than ahead in lives.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what was predicted. Hyde and Sovereign on the 3 streak, and of course the Caster Curse and Observer Curse coming in as Busy goes down. Sovereign trying to stay up, Wevy on the 2 streak as well. Bobbing and weaving on the outside as Unreal Nightmare is brought within 2. They're down a bit more, but Bravo a bit more difficult to hold, especially when you have that art patio overlook. It can just allow for so much covering fire. We'll see if SGP can find a way to punch through, or will Unreal Nightmare continue to just drop them and lock down that Bravo site.
It's definitely a difficult site to try and gather hold of. SGP, they draw even in the lives. 19-19 and Poison maintaining a really great spot here at bottom vault to try and keep this B under wraps, but they clear out the player top art. This spot from Hyde is so important. It's going to enable his teammates to take a lot more of this aggressive space. He is known. He's caught by the stun, but he finds the kill regardless. Art control goes SGP's way, and the point to follow alongside it. Super Season in position. We'll find one. Needs to get a second. Can't quite do so, but he gets a trade from a teammate. And they clear out Art once again. Onto the point, though, again, go SGP. Looking for that second tick of progress. One already claimed. The stun check through, but a trophy not down in time. As Busy trying to reinforce, trying to be that player on the spot, as once again he'll find a couple onto that point. They'll claim B again. Should be able to get a second tick as they have them all spawning all the way back. And they are just going to hold on. They stack the point and they stack the round in their favor.
Real solid job from SGP, and you knew it was all over the second they got that team wipe in the latter half of that opening round. Super Season here will get the best play despite the round loss, and it's just a quick little 2-piece, surprisingly enough, and an up and top art as SGP Syndicate, regardless, take the round win. And that's just how quickly an objective can be captured. Granted, it usually takes a little longer. You slowly make your progress, but the second you see a team wipe and you're all that close to OBJ, you stack up, you secure that point and go on to the next one if necessary. But luckily SGP just locked in, ready to get another one as they find themselves on defense now, trying to secure a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Super Season gonna try and do some work, gets a couple nice kills, gets some help from a teammate, and he'll continue insult to injury on that one as an initial fight will go Unreal Nightmare's way. They're going to try and lay their claim onto the safe side, and at least initially, as Super Season. Still the thorn in the side. They stack up on it for now. They want to get as much time to attack B as possible as Hyde. Will clear off one, immediately traded through, but the trades all go SGP's way. And there's some bad blood in the water as the body shots come through. As again, SGP, they hold them off of A for now.
Yeah, no love lost between these two squads. That much is known. A 3-piece in the feed again for SGP as Chewy tries to stay up and active. But unfortunately, it's pretty much a full reset as SGP starting to spawn trap a little bit. Webby able to punch through, but for how long? Again, 22-17 now in lives. Alpha was not secure. They don't get that extra time. Just 38 seconds left on the clock as they try to make a mad dash into Alpha. Here we go.
This fight's so important, but Hyde able to clean it up regardless. That one player had a lot of chances, but it's Poison on the point. Has the opportunity to make something happen. Hyde gonna be his next target. Hyde still looking for it. Sovereign's gonna be the one to clean it up. 24 seconds left. The Sovereign swaps to the sidearm. Doesn't need it though. Sovereign once again is the bastion for this SGB side. 5 points on the OBJ so far. Gonna look to keep this one under wraps with only 8 seconds. It's looking a little bit harder second by second. Choi gonna grab a couple to try and force them back in, but the lives run dry as only 6 remain.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Unreal. They make a last-ditch effort to Alpha and somehow capture it, but only 5 lives remaining. How much can you do with just 4? You have no respawns left. Now 3 as Sovereign and company begin to cook. It's all pink in the kill feed, unfortunately, and it is not looking good for Wevy or Chewy as they try to find some semblance of themselves. Hyde pushing up, trying to capture a flank, just rotating through buildings, not finding anybody. And Hyde picking up 1. Wevy all alone in a 1v11 technically. Need a miracle here to get the win. And unfortunately, only able to grab headshots, slowly being tracked down, but somehow managing to stay up. The chase is on, though, to track down Wevy.
Is Wevy about to get a knife? Oh, I thought for a moment. I think he was looking for one, but not able to grab it. I mean, I think the timer's the real killer if Wevy doesn't step it up, but finally took a little bit longer, but SGP, they'll grab a second round, and grabbing the offense round and the defense round is really big.
Yeah, huge. Sovereign and company just going absolutely massive for their squad. I mean, you see Sovereign just turning and burning, popping off in the kill feed. We saw them absolutely going to work in that Alpha site. And this just goes to show SGP's phenomenal team play. You have your stars, you have your shooters, your gunnies and whatnot, but fairly even across the board KD for SGP. And the one sore spot I am seeing on the side of Unreal Nightmare is Poison, only dropping 6 kills after 2 rounds. I don't know if the scoreboard is glitched, but if you're only 6-11 after 2, that is not looking good, especially when there's 30 lives on the board to take as we get round 3 underway.
Oh, Wevy, a big whiff on that opportunity from bottom vault will lead SGP to a big 4 down at the start. They're going to start this spawn trap early. Nate gonna grab a couple. Oh my goodness, Nate! What is that? 3 all by his lonesome. And still Hyde from this overlook looking for more. They do get out of the spawn trap, but that's a blender that they've been put in. 28-22 lie the lives.
Rough. Rough is the only way to describe this control for Unreal Nightmare. They're quickly getting condensed into their spawn. Hyde here pushing up. And again, there is a scoreboard glitch, so I believe we're getting our names mixed up. But Tad, Hyde is Nate, Nate is Hyde. It doesn't matter. They're all a part of SGP. And currently, SGP is cooking up an absolute feast, courtesy of Unreal Nightmare. Currently lead by 6 in lives on the attack, mind you. Captured Alpha, no problem. Slowly pushing over to Bravo. It's really only a matter of time. They just may win it on lives alone as Unreal Nightmare cannot get some semblance together. Chewy's on a 3 streak at least, so there is hope, but you're down by close to 10. It's not looking too good, if you ask me, Graf.
Yeah, it's tough. Wevy gonna grab one there onto Sovereign to try and crawl this back, but B is almost already taken. They will rip them off for just a moment and try and cancel that progress as Hyde looking to try and make something happen. He will get taken down. No, it's Nate. I mean, top art is just the god spot for this B side, so they will maintain this control for now. It's Hyde onto Super Season. Will grab that one. Sovereign onto Poison, and that might just be the round. It's Wevy, the last one to even have a say in this one. And, I mean, that's all she wrote. SGP, they dominate on control.
Yeah, I mean, no shockers there. That's what we've seen the entire series. It's what they did the last time they faced Unreal Nightmare. They may have dropped the Search and Destroy, so we get a map 4, but we're going back to 2 modes that they are more than comfortable with. And I understand why teams stress their respawn, scrim play and practices more so than the Search and Destroy. You're able to win out in Control and Hardpoint. You don't really have to worry about Search and Destroy. So, I mean, like you said, a pure dominant performance there from SGP. Everyone going positive, and unfortunately, only one player on the side of Unreal even getting close to going positive. I believe finished 8 for 7 or 18 for 18. Wasn't able to see the after action report for too long, but it don't matter. SGP got the W and in dominant fashion. That seems to be the key word of the evening to describe SGP is a capital DOM dominant.
Yeah, I honestly think, especially heading into a map like Protocol Hardpoint. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this is the hardpoint that we saw this Unreal Nightmares team get completely rinsed on last time. So the faith is still there a little bit, but SGP, I mean, they're showing why they're not for you. Okay,
No,
okay. Honestly, I respect it.
I'm gonna be the villain here. Sorry to any Unreal Nightmare fans. I have zero faith. We try to remain impartial in the booth, but I'm sick of it. Honestly, you got to step up where you can. You have to get better. You got to get good. But this is why I'm in the booth, because I know I'd get absolutely dog walked by both of these teams 8 days of the week. No two ways about it. But I calls it like I sees them, to put it mildly. And SGP, unfortunately, is just the better squad here. Now, I will eat my words, and I will sound as useful as a soup sandwich if Unreal Nightmare somehow pulls out the win on this one. But I just don't see it happening, Graf. I do not have the faith. I know, we got to have the Christmas spirit, but bah humbug, it's not looking too good for Unreal Nightmare.
I honestly do agree. I think, I mean, if they are able to somehow get through this Protocol Hardpoint, I think they have a real chance on Vault S&D. But, I mean, it's like saying, if you can climb the wall.
Unreal Nightmares to lose. I don't doubt that. Their Search and Destroy game is top notch, and we saw it right there. Whether SGP was trolling or not, it don't matter. SGP took the L in Search and Destroy, and they keep taking L's in Search and Destroy against this Unreal Nightmare squad. So they do have some bright spots. They are a solid squad. They got to the grand finals for the reason. But SGP has just been shown as the better team throughout just this series and this bracket, unfortunately. Like, as much as I'm hating on Unreal Nightmare, and I'm sorry, Unreal Nightmare, when you're watching the VOD back, like, your Search and Destroy game is top notch, but you have got to work on your rotations in Control and Hardpoint, as they are struggling. Even though they lost the first Hardpoint by only 4 points, loss is a loss, man. Same as a win is a win.
Yeah, no, I agree. It looks like we have a little bit more time, thankfully, so it gives us a chance to thank both GamerX Society and Cabal, both the sponsor and host, respectively, for this cup. I mean, wouldn't be possible without their support, so great, big thanks to them. But, I mean, we've still got the best ahead of us. I think Protocol Hardpoint, I think, is one of those maps where it really does play into SGP's strengths, the way just how rock solid the rotations have been throughout this tournament. I think Unreal Nightmares have been, again, like you said, they're a great S&D team, but at least on the rotations for Hardpoint, that was one of the things, even on that Hardpoint, they almost won map 1. They just weren't quite there. I think if they were one step quicker, one good decision faster on that Hardpoint for their rotations, I think they really could have had that map 1 under their belt. But with how 100%. Important these rotations are going to be, if they can shore it up, I do think they have the gunny to really make it happen. But without those rotations, especially with how much of a money hill P4 can be, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, when a hardpoint game is 10 points or less, it really can go any other way. Sometimes it comes down to luck. But if we remember that last hill that it was coming down to, it was a 2v4 initial push, and we saw on the kill feed that you let the 2-man beat your 4-man on hill. So unfortunately, it's just the better shots, the better plays, the better moves won out the day, and we saw it there as we get this potentially final round of this grand finals underway. SGP bum rushing the hill, getting on there first, getting the first 2 kills, making the first 3, and proving my point almost perfectly in the opening salvo of shots being fired. SGP on a dominant run already.
Yeah, they may lose a couple of gunfights and they will spawn back, so there's an opportunity here for Unreal Nightmare to really knock on the door. They do flip the hard point momentarily, and they do have some time to make up their initial deficit. Webby sent deep will get a nice shot onto Hyde there, trying to still make something happen as Webby will clear out Top Grandma as well. That's a great pick to find on this initial hill, and trying to make something happen. Busy still has to be left down low. 10 seconds left. They should start getting that rotation for P2, but it's somehow, some way, SGP still maintaining that P2 rotation. It's going to be all 3 members ready to hit forwards as Unreal Nightmares. They're there for now, but can they hold on is the question.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing I look for in teams is who's taken. The P1 is often just a test. Sovereign with the 2, Hyde gets another. They clear it, no problem. You're able to score close to 30 on the P1 alone, and just shows Unreal Nightmare was not really able to contest all too much on the P1. As Sovereign here holding, Sovereign with some more shots, as again, unfortunately, you have the scoreboard glitch, so I'll try to keep the team names the same, or the player names the same, but it all gets a little blurred up. But either way, SGP cooking right now as they're up 50-20 over Unreal.
Yeah, we do see a break from Unreal, but it's mainly just going to amount to some scrap. 13 seconds still. I expect to see SGP rotate more towards P3 here, and they will go for one last hit to grab the rest of the scrap, but it's only 5 points on the board for them. Does still maintain that lead nice and clean as Busy going to grab an initial pick there. So it's still a little bit more to find. It's Unreal Nightmares. They had a little bit of a tag there initially onto the point. It's contested for now, but Unreal Nightmares, they'll win out a couple of gunfights to stake claim onto this P3 for now. Busy into the building he goes, and down he falls. Unreal Nightmare, the makings of a really nice hill for them, and they're going to need a couple of those in a row if they want a nice lead to cushion themselves through what could be a bad P4.
Well, yeah, SGP was just throwing, going in one by one to get lit up by the firing squad in there like a trap, and are able to take over finally after a concentrated team push. But SGP now grabbing the remainder of this time, the scrap on P2. We rotate on, or excuse me, to the P3. We rotate now to the P4 in the bunker. And I think that's going to be the real determination here. Unreal Nightmare should be able to punch through and rotate relatively easily, as again, Sovereign really slaying out, who is Blizzy in the scoreboard at 13-6 on the 3 streak, and early to rotate from that P3 to P4, and that's a huge pickup for SGP.
Yeah, Sovereign, I mean, he's in such a good spot right now to make this break, I want to say, almost impossible. As long as Sovereign stands firm, I mean, you could just hit shots like that. Quick swap back over. Doesn't need to use it just yet. Still more in front of them, but I mean, this is why P4 is so important. It's so hard to break through, and it's just an absolute heyday for SGP. Still looking for more, and they will still get more. Still trying to challenge forwards. Super Season will fall, and it's almost a full 60 most likely here for SGP as they light up the kill feed time and time again. It's Hyde on 5, and they're still looking for the rest of that scrap as we head back to P1.
Yeah, a 3-piece in the feed yet again for SGP as we're approaching the 100-point club. Guess who's on the P1 first? It's SGP. From the P4 underground rotation to get to the P1 first is just, even if it's only for the opening few moments, is insane. Unreal is able to break, and they're, trying to eat away at this lead, but you're already down by 70 points and counting. You're slowly eating away at that lead, but how long can it last? We know the breaking power of SGP and how strong it is. Nate in the back line trying to pick up 2. It's actually Hyde in the feed, and that's a 3-piece yet again for SGP. So they're able to full reset the hill, get it under their control, get set up, and eventually set up the rotations. I mean, it's a masterclass on how you want to play hardpoint, Graph.
Yeah, I mean, SGP, they still aren't quite able to get the points I think they were hoping for on this P1. They will still finally take Unreal off of it to grab the rest of that scrap. I mean, I say that they're hoping for, saying that like it's...
They're up 75, bud. What else do you need? They don't need the P1.
They're holding themselves to that higher standard, and now, I mean, the initial P2 rotation, it's just one player of Unreal Nightmares, and, I mean, there's not much you can do
They don't
against
need
the
that
wall of
P1 trash.
SGP.
They want that sweet P2 points, brother. As they're just rotating too easily. Come on, sliding out. He's on the. It's unreal for Unreal Nightmare. Unfortunately, as they continue to get absolutely bodied and torn apart, torn asunder. No one really doing anything to help him out. Webby, the only one breaking even, and unfortunate for Unreal Nightmare, they're about to join the 100-point club, and we're just halfway through the second rotation, Graf.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, it just looks like they're just getting locked out. I expect this to end. I mean, it could end next hardpoint. I think they are 1 point shy of being able to do that. But I mean, I expect P4 may be the end. Unreal Nightmares, they're gonna have to string together a really strong P3 and P4. We saw them have a pretty good P3 last time, but this time they're gonna have a lot more stress on their mind. It's SGP knocking on the door. So far, Unreal Nightmares, they can't find the initial fights. Nate's gonna get shot down from the side. Still, there goes Unreal Nightmare. They will stake claim on the P3. Nate in position to try and clear these players out, but can't quite do so just yet as Hyde gonna try and take a long flank around, mainly just maintaining control of this P4. They know they have such a big lead that they can just play for even a full 60 potentially on that P4, but they're gonna break it nonetheless. Never mind, I'll eat my words. They just say, we want this now.
Pretty much. I mean, 292 should tell you everything you need to know, as even if, you know, Unreal Nightmare was able to get a full hill and then some, they're still going to be down significantly. And unfortunately, it's just not looking too good. They're able to rotate on over to the P4, but again, we've seen the braking power. Oh my goodness, Nate winning the gunfight with the hipfire spray, somehow staying up and staying alive for way longer than they should have. And SGP breaks the P4, and this should be the final hill of this series and of this cup. SGP has just been dominant throughout. Sovereign waiting here in the corner. Kill feed has been pink for a majority of this matchup.
God.
The Barbie movie. My goodness, SGP absolutely dominant.
It is just an absolute masterclass for the protocol. Sovereign looking for more insult to injury. 5 points to go, and not quite done yet, but it's not much more left. It's more of a formality from this point. Unreal Nightmare. They are living in one right now, and SGP are there, Freddy Krueger. I mean, that is just an absolute rinse. All 4 positive. They're going to look to end it now. Temporary control, but SGP, they are eternal.
Truly. They are looking pretty darn good. Unreal Nightmare, though, I got to respect them. Fighting tooth and nail despite being down by over 100 points, are doing everything they can. They pushed into the P4 and broke it, but sadly the lead is just too much for them to handle. SGP cleans it up with a 3-0 control and a 250-124, nearly a double differential, if you catch my drift, to round out an incredible hard point. We're going to see the best play lurking in the spiral. They're dropping in from the heavens, and they drop like flies, unfortunately. Big spin-a-rooney here, and a solid game from SGP, who was playing with the substitute, if I'm not mistaken, earlier in the matchup. Secret was in there for the first couple, and Nate was able to make a comeback. But either way, congratulations to SGP for winning this U18 Call of Duty League Cup 2, sponsored by GamerX Society, was hosted by Cabal, who unfortunately could not make it to the grand finals themselves, but a valiant effort from everyone who participated in this tournament. This bracket was incredible to watch, and SGP only taking 2 map losses in the Search and Destroys. This is why they are the winners here tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, even for a team like SGP that is so dominant and is so good, I mean, the benefit of participating in something like this, they've learned where their weak points are. They're not the greatest S&D team, but when it comes to respawn, I think they might just be that elite level that, I mean, they just look
They're the
untouchable.
team to beat, obviously. They are the team to beat in control and hardpoint for sure. Like you said, their S&D game needs some work, but That's neither here nor there when you can put it away in the respawn modes. You don't have to worry about search and destroy, which, is unfortunate for a search and destroy fanboy such as myself, but that's just how it goes. Either way, folks, I want to say a huge, huge thank you again to U18 for bringing me on as a caster for this cup. Huge shout out to Graf and Shake, my co-casters for this weekend. Y'all both did an incredible job. Huge, huge, huge thank you to Zane, Reader, Piath, Dash, everyone behind the scenes doing everything they can to make sure that this stream runs as smoothly as it can. And again, thank you to Cabal for hosting and GamerX Society for the sponsorship. We really do appreciate y'all supporting the amateur scene with everything that y'all do. My name is Big Rich X. I want to say thank you to everyone watching at home. Please be sure to follow. We got more Call of Duty content coming up throughout this season, so you don't want to miss it. Graf, anything to add before we sign off for the evening?
No, I think that's all. Again, thank you everyone for watching, and it's been a pleasure. And I think that'll be all from us. Everyone, hope you have a great rest of your night.
Happy holidays, everybody. Bye-bye.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Skip.
On the hill, be careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident, will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my